5:25 on Tuesday, September 8th, and welcome to a special meeting at this time of the Santa Monica City Council, meeting by teleconference, of course, with the usual ability for people to call in with public comment if they wish to. We'll begin the meeting if the clerk will call the roll, please.
Councilmember McCowan.
Here.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Present.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Hara.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Present.
And Mayor McCown.
Here, so we have all 7 council members present, a full house for this special meeting. And we only have one item on the agenda, the consent calendar, if the clerk would call that, please.
The item is adoption of resolution authorizing the city manager to execute memoranda of understanding with the Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109 and with the Supervisory Team Association. And we have no callers on this item.
And we usually on consent calendar don't need to have a staff report. We know what this is, having received it in advance of the matter that is before the council. I'm not going to ask if anyone wants to pull the item, it's only one.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
So the staff recommendation on this consent calendar item has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember McGowan. I don't see any request for further discussion, so if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan. And Mayor McCown.
Yes. So item 3A, the consent calendar for this special meeting, has been passed unanimously by the City Council on a 7-0 vote. This is the first of 2 meetings we're having on September 8th. At this point, our special meeting is adjourned, and we'll be back at 5:30.
I'm now stopping the broadcast.
Jonathan's back.
Good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of your Santa Monica City Council for this Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. Thank goodness the heat wave is broken. It'd be terrible to be stuck in this little tiny box in the kind of heat we had over the weekend. But we're going to have a long night tonight, so settle in and let's start with calling the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Present.
Councilmember Hara,
Here.
Councilmember Winter,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Here.
Councilmember McCowan,
Here.
and Mayor McKeown.
Here. And so we are now well underway on our second meeting, our regular meeting for September 8th, and we'll start with closed session.
Mayor, did you want to do the agenda management before I call the closed sessions?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't seem to have the mayor's agenda yet, so I didn't know there
I'm sorry.
was be agenda management. If somebody would fill me in, I'd be happy to do it.
Okay, so there's been a proposal for the council to vote to change the rules to allow the PSRAC members to speak together for more than 2 minutes at a designated time during the public comment on item 8A. So to have them speak at the beginning of that item.
I think that makes all the sense in the world. How does the council feel about that?
I'll move it.
Agree.
Second it.
Sounds good.
I think it was moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Councilmember Hara. So
Yes.
we will take a vote on this just to make sure, and we have
Okay.
to do a roll call because it's a teleconference.
Councilmember McCollum,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that procedure is adopted. We will be hearing from the committee at the beginning of the item as a group, as just agreed to by the council. And I will try to get the mayor's agenda while we're in closed session, but that's the next thing is closed session, I believe.
Okay, closed session. The first item is an anticipated litigation. It's a request to enter into a lawsuit as an amicus curiae, and it's Washington versus the United States Postal Service. The next we have existing litigation. It's Carrie Papalone versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another existing litigation. It's John J.B. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica. Another existing litigation is Bermudez versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have a request to enter into a lawsuit, an amicus curiae. And this is Washington versus HHS, Western District of Washington. New York, HHS, Southern District of New York. And then we have a conference with labor negotiators, and Chief People Officer is Lori Gentles, and Senior Human Resource Analyst is Erica Rank. And the bargaining units are the Administrative Team Association, California Teamster Local 911, Confidential Unrepresented Employee Pay Plan, Executive Pay Plan, Municipal Employee Association, Management Team Associates, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, IAFF, Santa Monica Police Officers Association, Supervisory Team Association, International Association of Steel, Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 1785, SMART TD. And then we have real estate negotiation. It's for property. It's 9 parcels located at 4th and 5th Streets and Arizona Avenue. The city negotiator is David Martin. He's the Director of Community Development Department. And it looks like Kathy Head. She's the Managing Principal of Kaiser Marston Associates. The owner of record, the City of Santa Monica and successor agency. Persons to be negotiated with are Claret West Development, LLC, and DLJ Real Estate Capital Partners, LLC. And under negotiation is the ground lease terms. And then finally, we have an anticipated litigation, And this is it's a thread litigation by the Santa Monica Coalition of a Livable City related to the Plaza of Santa Monica project. And you currently have, let me see if you have any callers. You have no callers for these items.
Well, then I'll turn, as I usually do, to our city attorney and ask Mr. Cordona when the public might expect us to be back in open session for the rest of the agenda after we finish the closed session.
I'm going to estimate an hour and 15 minutes.
Hour and 15? So we're looking at 6:45. Is that our predicted time back?
Yes, as an estimate.
6:45 is our estimate. We're going to assess the closed session, and we'll see you at 6:45. Well, whoever bet tonight that we'd be back exactly on time, congratulations, you won the pool. This is your Santa Monica City Council meeting for Tuesday, September 8th, 2020. We've been in closed session. We've just returned to open session to complete the rest of our agenda. We had made an agenda adjustment before we went into closed session as to letting on item 8A, the committee that gave us the report have a chance to speak together at the beginning of public input. Is that still the wish of the council? Okay, so that'll be the way we'll handle that when we get to item 8A. But for now, let's report out on what happened in closed session. If the Attorney George Cordona would do that.
Thank you. On items 1G and 1H, those items were not heard. There was no discussion of those items in closed session. On items 1C and 1F, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1A, these lawsuits challenge a series of policies implemented by the U.S. Postmaster General that have delayed mail delivery, alleging that these changes violate statutory requirements and the 26th Amendment, which forbids age discrimination in voting, and infringe on states' constitutional authority to regulate elections. The County of Santa Clara and the Public Rights Project, on behalf of the City of Columbus, are authoring an amicus brief on behalf of city and county governments, supporting these challenges by focusing on the current and potential impacts of delayed mail service on the administration of elections by local government. Recommend joining in the amicus brief as filed in one or more of these cases.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I had a hard time on the so moved. Was that Councilmember Davis?
Mm-hmm.
And the second was Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion and the second. I see no further discussion. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan. Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that's approved by unanimous 7-0 vote of the council.
On item 1B, the plaintiff filed this lawsuit alleging that she suffered major injuries to several body parts, including her left shoulder, when the operator of a Big Blue bus closed the doors on her. The city does not admit the allegations made in the lawsuit, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney recommends settlement in the amount of $36,000.
So moved.
Settlement for $36,000.
Everybody.
I think that was moved simultaneously by 6 council members. So
I'll second that
the
motion.
motion to Sue and the second to Councilmember McGowan. Okay, is that fair enough?
And I'm sorry, who was the motion? Who was the main motion?
Councilmember Himmerich.
Okay.
And no discussion. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that settlement's approved by unanimous 7-0 vote.
On item 1D, the plaintiff filed this lawsuit alleging that she suffered injuries and vehicle damage after her car was rear-ended by a Big Blue bus. The city does not admit the allegations made in the lawsuit, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, the city attorney recommends settlement in the amount of $25,000.
So moved. Councilmember.
I'm just having a hard time tonight. I think that was Councilmember Hara who moved it and Councilmember Davis who seconded it.
Yep. That is correct.
Maybe I'm doing better than I thought. So is there any discussion on that? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McCune.
Yes, and again, that settlement is approved by unanimous vote of the City Council. And I just got to say, I miss being in the same room with all of you. It was a lot easier to keep track of what was going on than watching these little postage-size images of you on the screen.
Final item is item 1E. These lawsuits, brought by a number of states, including the state of California, challenged the Department of Health and Human Services June 2020 final rule that eliminates gender identity from the definition of sex and instead defines sex to be the biological binary of male and female. The City of Chicago and the County of Santa Clara are authoring an amicus brief on behalf of cities and counties supporting the claims that HHS violated the Administrative Procedures Act by acting in an arbitrary, capricious, and unlawful manner in ignoring the harms imposed by withdrawing non-discrimination protections relating to health care from many of their most at-risk residents. We recommend joining in the amicus brief as filed in one or more of these cases.
So I move we. Go ahead, Anna. You can have.
So moved, Councilmember Hatta.
Second, Councilmember Himmelrich.
Okay, well, that makes it easy. Motion by Hara, second by Himmelrich. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McCune.
Yes, so unanimous approval to go forward, 7-0 vote of the council.
That completes the closed session calendar.
Thank you very much. At this point of the night, we'd normally be talking about reports on council travel. We haven't done that for 6 months for good reason. So we'll move on to the consent calendar.
Mayor, before we go to the consent calendar, I wanted to note that there's a reminder in your notes about the census.
Well, I'm sorry, there's not on mine, so why don't you do it?
Okay. Okay, so this is a reminder to the community of the importance of filling out your census forms. Visit 2020census.gov to complete your forms before September 30th.
And that's really an important point. We're coming down to the end of the census period, and it's been gamed a bit from Washington. So we can't succumb to that, Santa Monica. We have to stand up and be counted, so please do that. I'm sorry that wasn't on my notes. I would have loved to have said that.
Okay, so next we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And we have one caller on hold for consent.
Well, let's open the public hearing on the consent calendar and hear from our public speaker by telephone.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Hi, Ms. Barton. Welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Where is the staff report for the COVID-19 emergency order item? I looked for it early this morning, but it wasn't there. Again, is it making sure that the staff reports are available to the public a responsibility of the interim city manager? Will this be another example showing that Lane Dilge is not qualified for her position? Or are you trying to hide something? Like that the emergency order has now been extended to include racial justice and equity, which has nothing to do with the COVID-19 pandemic. Or would this be another example of you walking all over Lane Dilge due to the pandemic and her not being qualified for her position? As to me, it seems both due to her sitting there like a mannequin, only reading carefully scripted material at city council meetings and removing the residents from the development process. By the way, wasn't the stay-at-home order only supposed to be for 2 weeks? Showing in this situation, you look like followers instead of leaders. Thank you.
Are there any more callers?
No, that was the only caller.
We've always have learned to check. So that'll close the public hearing on our consent calendar, items 3A through 3E. Are there any items any council member would like to pull? If not, is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
Moved.
Seconded by Winter.
Okay, I think that was the motion by Councilmember Hara, seconded by Councilmember Winterer. I do not see any requests for discussion, so we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so the consent calendar is approved, 7-0, unanimous vote of the City Council. And we have a number of second readings of ordinances to go through. We start with those.
Okay, we have second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.08.080, preferential parking zones, and Chapter 3.20, bike share, 6.50, pedicabs, and 9.53, transportation demand management to align with the restructuring of city services, codify previous City Council direction, and strike obsolete language.
Move adoption.
Second.
That was moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember McGowan. And I see no discussion, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hara.
Wasn't it Anna? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it was Anna. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes. 7A is adopted by unanimous vote of the City Council, 7-0.
Next, we have 7B as the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Chapter 4.55 of the Santa Monica Municipal Code related to park and beach regulations.
Move adoption.
Second.
Moved by Himmelrich and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day that time. No discussion. We'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that's adopted on second reading by unanimous 7-0 vote of the Council. That moves us to 7C.
Item 7C is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.10.070 to establish project requirements for Tier 3 housing projects greater than 90,000 square feet located in the city's downtown district.
Move adoption.
Second. Councilmember Hara.
Okay, I think the motion was Councilmember Davis, and the second was Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
And seeing no discussion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich, Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes. Sorry, I thought I was. Yes. Why?
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, adopted on second reading by unanimous 7-0 vote of the Council. We'll go to 7D.
7D is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica to amend, for consistency with state law provisions, the text of the city zoning ordinance related to accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, state density bonus for certain 100% affordable housing projects and affordable housing incentives, and large family daycare regulations.
Move adoption.
Second. Councilmember Hara.
That was moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, and after a brief struggle with the mute button, seconded by Councilmember Hara. So, seeing no discussion, roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the Council, 7-0.
And we have one more second reading. Second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, adding Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 6.22, Residential Leasing Requirement Regulations.
Move adoption.
Second. So that is moved by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Mayor McKeon. Any more discussion? Roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes, but I think that's Councilmember McCowan's hand go up.
Oh,
It did.
Mayor, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Mayor.
Kevin, you're muted. There, I
Okay.
unmuted you.
There you go.
Well, I'm not sure. My computer shows that I am not muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. So what am I supposed to do?
I
Raise your hand.
just had a question before we went into voting, and I just wanted to clarify that. So if we pass this tonight, it's effective in 30 days. And I just wanted to see what the process would look like if we wanted to clarify some things related to residential, single-family residential properties that they live in, owner-occupied. Would we be able to agendize that for the next regular meeting so that we could possibly take up amendments or any common sense clarifications at that time?
Okay, there's three parts to the answer. One is if passed tonight on second reading, it takes effect on October 6th, 30 days from now. The second part is that we cannot modify an ordinance on second reading, but we can, after we vote, give direction to staff on what to do. I think we've all received emails from people citing specific circumstances where they feel that this ordinance would unfairly impact them. I've been going back and forth with a number of people. It would certainly be appropriate after we vote to give direction to look at all the correspondence that we have received and evaluate what modifications we might add to the ordinance. But we can't change it until after we vote on it.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Seeing no further hands, we'll take a roll call.
Okay, so we had Mayor Pro Tem O'Day who said yes. Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes. So that is adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the council. And Councilmember McGowan, I think we all knew that in stopping the commercial activity of corporate rentals that was eating up our housing stock, we might have to come back and rethink some aspects of this. Would you like to make a motion, or would any other council member like to make a motion to direct staff to examine that? I see Councilmember Winter's hand is up.
Yeah, well, we did when we had the first reading of this ordinance, we did give direction to staff, but that may be lost to members of the public. That maybe we should reiterate that it is our desire to get some feedback on this. We've heard from some homeowners, we've heard some people concerned about students and some other issues, and so I'd like to once again give direction to staff to look at some of the public input about potential pitfalls of this ordinance, but at the same time keep us towards our main direction of trying to stamp out medium-term corporate rentals in multifamily housing and come back to us as soon as possible with possible revisions based on some of that public input. That makes sense?
It makes sense. I'll second it. Councilmember McGowan.
Yeah, I had reached out to staff as well with a couple of questions just about what some of that language might look like. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to kind of talk about that further, but I guess we could just, I mean, there's a motion on the floor that's a little bit more vague than what I would have said, but I suppose I can support the motion because it would encompass what my issue was. So
I think we've all received correspondence on this, and perhaps what we can do to help staff is if we see that staff was not copied on that, forward it to staff so they have all the different circumstances that have been described to us. As I say, I've been going back and forth with some people and asking them for advice on what would help in their situation. And I think what we have to have here is a bit of a dialogue with our community to make sure we get the final versions right. So we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. Is there further discussion on the motion for direction? Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity, because I did get a lot of emails as well, that there was one misunderstanding that I think it's important to clarify, and we can do it now, which is that what we call house sharing is exempt from the statute we're talking about right now, which means that people who have been renting out ADUs or secondary units for less than 30 days can continue to do so. They can be furnished. They just have to comply with our home sharing rules, and that home sharing is exempt from this ordinance completely, because there seemed to be a lot of misunderstanding just around that even. So I just wanted to make that clear before we voted on this, so people understand that we're not doing anything to home sharing with this ordinance.
Good point. And, perhaps I'm sure that we have places on the city website where our home sharing and ADU and other policies are outlined in some detail, and maybe we can put a link to all of that up on the front page of the website, make it easier for people to find, because there was a fair amount of misinformation. You're correct, Councilmember Davis. Thank you for correcting that. Other comment? If not, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Cowan,
yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that direction is given to staff by unanimous vote of the council. And that'll move us to item 7F.
Item 7F is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 9.55, Architectural Review, to increase the threshold for administrative approval for design review, establish procedure for administrative approvals, and make other minor changes, additions, and corrections. And we currently have at least one caller on hold.
And we have our first staff presentation of the evening. That's right. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I'm Stephanie Reich, Design and Historic Preservation Planner for the city, and I'll be presenting the item on increasing staff approval authority to streamline the Architectural Review Board process for both staff and applicants. I'm going to take a moment to share my screen. I'm hoping you can see my screen now.
You can.
Great, thank you, Corey. And so the proposal we're presenting this evening is in advance of a more significant restructuring of the process discussed as part of the budget process. The majority of the items included in the staff report have been under consideration for some time and have been discussed with the board. So the purpose, as the title mentions, is to broaden administrative review in order to reduce staff effort and reduce timelines for applicants. By increasing administrative review, the applicants' timelines are obviously reduced because they don't have to go to the board. We have a good track record of working with applicants for what the city is looking for. These changes also result in a reduced workload for staff, in that fewer items require staff reports and other efforts required to take a project to the board. The administrative review that was previously governed by a resolution has now been included in the ordinance changes before you for consideration. So this slide summarizes briefly the summary of the changes. The board has discussed administrative review of facade remodels with some exceptions, increasing amount of landscaping and increasing the range of building additions that can be approved on a staff level. No construction of multifamily housing or mixed use will be approved on the staff level. that will continue to go to the board, all that new construction. I'll go ahead and run through more specifics with a couple of examples for East. So for facade remodels, the existing authority is very limited, and the proposal is to approve most of the facade remodels citywide, with the exception of Main Street and the Promenade, unless those changes are consistent with the existing design, and to be more carefully considering structures listed on the city's historic resources inventory, unless alterations are deemed minor or significant. So in all other areas of the city, facade remodels that are not on the HRI can be approved administratively with these changes. So this is one example of a residential building where you can see the before photo in the left-hand side, bottom left. Upper right is the after. That was approved easily by the board. Another residential project easily approved by the board. I believe this one was on the consent calendar. This project was a facade remodel of a small commercial building, also approved on the consent calendar. Currently, that project was required to go to the board. Another project of a more substantial facade remodel with landscaping was also approved by the board on the consent calendar. Moving to landscaping, currently the existing authority that staff has to administratively review is 150 square feet of new or modified landscaping. So this will allow a change to 750 square feet if visible from the public right-of-way. All landscaping not visible from the street will be reviewed by staff. Here are a few examples that had to go to the board and were easily approved. We suspect that many improvements that applicants are maybe electing not to do these improvements rather than going through the board, and this will again make it easier for both applicants and staff. This is a project on Ocean Avenue. They replaced some landscaping very well. It was approved on the consent calendar. This is another commercial project where the applicant chose to reduce the landscape improvements rather than go through the board process. I should add at this point that the board process is moving very efficiently and effectively, and these changes will enable it to even be more efficient and effective. And so we're also proposing that additions and new structures at the rear of the property be approved administratively. These are structures that would be behind the primary structure and barely visible from the street. This is an example of a 2-unit project behind the primary structure that was approved on the consent calendar. This is another example of a unit that was approved, 2-unit project that was approved at the rear of a property on the consent calendar. And then additions visible from the street, we didn't fully discuss this with the board, so we'll run through these with you as well. The existing authority is that alterations that match the existing building and are less than 500 square feet can be approved by staff. And so we're proposing that downtown we would increase that staff level authority to 5,000 square feet and citywide increase to 1,000 square feet. And a couple of examples are here. This is a small addition that was approved on the consent calendar. This had to go to the board, but we would have preferred to approve it on the consent calendar. A note that there will be the R1 review that currently goes to the board for slope properties would continue to go to the board for review. And then this is another addition that we thought was well done, and it went to the board. It was approved on the regular consent calendar with no additional conditions. This is an example of some additional units being added to a building downtown, taking advantage of the new FAR limitations. And those are all the examples I have. And I ran through those very quickly, so I am available for questions.
And do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Himmelrich.
Thank you for the report. And were there any ARB comments or rejections of proposals from staff concerning what the scope should be? Hi, Barry. Welcome to City Council. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that question. I should have mentioned that all the comments that we received from the board, we've incorporated into the proposal.
Great. And how many projects will this affect approximately in whatever, a year, a month, whatever you want to say?
Well, that's a very interesting question. We've been giving that some thought because what really impacts the workload the most is the level of construction that has to do with the economy. So it's very difficult right now to estimate the number of projects going forward.
Okay, well, let me ask it a different way. In 2019, how many projects would this have affected?
This would have affected likely a number of projects, at least a half a dozen projects, units, additional units behind primary buildings, a few projects, additions to buildings downtown, numerous landscape projects, and I think that was, and numerous facade remodels.
You talked, the phrase you used was minor and insignificant. So what's included in this is what you've detailed plus anything that you deem minor or insignificant?
So I'm not sharing my screen any longer. I don't know if it would be helpful to go back to those slides. To clarify on the facade remodels, I think you are referring to the changes on the facade remodels. So let me go through that a little bit more slowly. Administrative approval everywhere in the city other than Main Street or the Promenade or to HRI structures could be more holistic. Changes proposed to HRI structures that are on the historic resources inventory need to be deemed minor or insignificant because we want to ensure we're not losing any historic resources.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Winterer.
So my understanding is that the ARB has been supportive of all these changes. Is that correct?
That's right.
And other than these changes, does staff have in the pipeline any further proposals to change the function of the ARB, or will continue? Yes.
Yes, as I mentioned, we anticipate bringing more significant structural proposals to you, as was discussed in the budget process. We're hoping to do that before the end of the year.
And will those proposals be run by the ARB for their comments?
We don't currently have that in the schedule.
Because when is their next meeting, or is it not scheduled at this point?
I think one of the things that we'll have to look at is because I don't remember which supplement to the executive order it is, whether we would be allowed to have that discussion if it's not part of the ARB's adjudicative or quasi, they're part of that process. There are limitations in terms of what boards and commissions can meet about. So certainly we would review bringing that kind of a discussion item to the board with the city attorney's office as to whether we could agendize that item with the ARB. Obviously, if we could, we would have that discussion. But if not, as Stephanie mentioned, this concept discussions around streamlining the ARB process and a restructuring is something that was kind of already in the works even before COVID, in terms of how we can start to improve the design review process. So it's certainly something we can look at.
Well, let me ask this. So if the city attorney says that, you cannot have the ARB meeting to have them review these changes collectively, is there anything that prohibits us from giving direction that they should be reached out to individually and advised of these proposed changes so we can at least get individual comments about what they think?
Sir, I think that in terms of, I think I heard
Councilmember Winter, what we could do if there's a desire to have the ARB weigh in the discussion way is the emergency order could always be amended to allow them to conduct a meeting for that purpose.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Wright before we go to the public? I don't see any, so let's open the public hearing on item 7F. And we had at least one caller waiting.
I believe we have one at this point, and I'll invite them in.
Okay.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening. Another item to remove the residents from the development process. Under the rationale to reduce the workload of city staff due to COVID-19. So here I have to ask, if you're cutting residents out of the normal development process, who are you really representing? I thought you were elected to represent the will of the residents, but by your actions, that isn't true. I also don't understand why resident taxpayers are paying staff to do less labor-intense processes. This seems just like before the COVID-19 pandemic, where city staff were paid to do as little work as possible. And don't forget, city staff are overpaid to keep their mouths shut. So this just looks like another action in which the residents can't trust you. Let's take landscaping, for example, where you're cheerleading Santa Monica's water-efficient landscaping and irrigation standards. Yet if it's only required when the building opens or after minor changes and additions, then as with my building, who changed the irrigation and put in spider plants, that makes your claim of water efficiency, landscaping, and irrigation standards untrue. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have other callers.
That was our final caller on this item, yes.
That'll close the public hearing on item 7F then, and it is before the council. Discussion, motion. Councilmember Winter. Councilmember Winter.
So I will move the item, then I would like to give some direction afterward. So I will move the staff recommendation.
I will second that.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Winter and seconded by Councilmember Hara. And Ted, we'll go back to you. You said some comments you wanted to add?
After assuming we approved the motion, then I wanted to give direction thereafter.
Any other comments from the council before we go to a vote? I don't see any. So if the clerk would call the roll, please.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so the staff recommendation on agenda item 7F is approved unanimously by a 7-0 vote of the council, and we'll go back to Councilmember Winter.
Yes, I'd like to move we give direction to staff that any further changes to the operation and function of the ARB should either be previewed by that body in a meeting, if possible, of the ARB, and if not, that individual members of the board should be contacted so that they have the opportunity to weigh in on those proposed changes. They just feel they've worked hard and like to hear from them. And that George has something to say.
Yes, Councilmember Winter, the reason I jumped in to suggest an amendment of the emergency order to allow the meeting is the concern that reaching out to members individually and soliciting their responses might be viewed as a serial meeting. And so I think the preference to ensure compliance with the Brown Act would be to amend the emergency order and allow them to actually meet as a group, rather than running the risk of potentially having a serial meeting that would be in violation of the Brown Act.
All right, then I will amend my motion to give direction to staff to amend the emergency order to allow the ARB to collectively review any proposed changes to the body's operations and functions.
I'm sorry, who was the second on that?
Anna.
Okay, so the motion was by Winter for direction. The second is by Councilmember Hara. Do we have discussion? We'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so that direction is approved unanimously, 7-0 by the council. And I believe if there's nothing further on that, that'll move us on to item 7G.
Item 7G is introduction and first reading of an ordinance to increase administrative approval authority for certain signs, authorize special sign standards for the 3rd Street Promenade, and remove prohibition for digital information kiosk. And you currently have no callers for this item.
I'm sure we have a staff presentation.
Good evening again, council members. That would be myself, Stephanie Reich, for staff. I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I'm hoping you can see my screen clearly. So as I mentioned, Stephanie Reich, Design and Historic Preservation Planner. This is expansion of administrative review that was included in the staff report. That has been considered for some time and has been discussed with the board. Other items include, yes, there we go. Providing greater flexibility for the promenade. We've been working with downtown Santa Monica to provide some additional limited upper level signage, portable signage, and limited signage on the outdoor dining barriers as well. We're also modifying the code to simply enable information signage in the public right-of-way. And since the sign code hasn't been updated in many years, we're providing clarifications and updates, such as updates to definitions and terminology for best practices, and updates to temporary signage restrictions that are consistent with case law. And so the expansion of administrative authority will basically mean that all signs and comprehensive sign programs that comply with code will be able to be approved administratively. So none of these will go to the board any longer. We've incorporated some letter height restrictions that were previously in the staff approval resolution into the permitted signs provision, and all sign adjustment requests will still go to the board for review. We're also proposing some additional signage for the promenade. And so currently, we believe that the sign standards for the promenade are outdated. And right now, they are similar to other areas of the city and don't take into account the unique character of the promenade. So we're proposing some limited upper level signs, similar to these banner signs that you see in the photo to the right. Portable A-frame signage, and limited signage on outdoor dining barriers. We also are proposing to eliminate digital signage from the sign code entirely. currently that any digital signage is prohibited throughout the city on public or private property. And so any such signage in the public right-of-way or on public property would require a license agreement with the city. The proposed language would simply enable options to be considered and studied for feasibility. We're also including some updates to definitions and terminology. These are some examples of what we're proposing to update certain definitions, replace certain definitions so that they're more in line with industry standards. And there are a number of updates, including updating the temporary sign restrictions to align with current First Amendment case law. I know I ran through those very quickly. If you have any questions, obviously we're here to answer any questions, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Well, Council, Councilmember Himmelrich has a question.
So I've been to a number of ARB meetings where signage is discussed, and the most raucous involved electronic signage. And I wonder, I understand the license requirement, but so staff will be approving all electronic signage, is that right?
No. Thank you very much for that question. Let me provide a clarification. What we've included in the ordinance is simply enabling that if the council in the future would like to allow informational electronic signage in the public right-of-way or on public property, that there would be a path that the code would not prohibit that any longer. There would still need to be direction from council, et cetera.
But after following our direction, let's say we did allow electronic signage, would it then be only staff that determines whether it's appropriate, or would that go to the board, or we would decide that in the future?
So this simply eliminates the piece that is in the public right-of-way and on public property, which is not really in staff's purview at all. So we're not talking about electronic signage on private property, which is still prohibited, and any signage like that is requesting a sign adjustment would continue to go to the board.
And so signage in the public right-of-way, because signage could be in the public right-of-way and nonetheless be in a residential window or directly across from it. That's the kind of hearing that I've seen where you have a sign that actually is flashing into somebody's bedroom window. And I'm not talking about, right? And I've seen people complain about that before, back in the day. And I wonder right now what the rules would be about that.
So right now, electronic signage is prohibited. What we're including in the proposal is that any electronic information signage in the public right-of-way or on public property would be removed from the sign code. So any signage that is, as you say, electronic, flashing as part of private property is still prohibited. A property owner, an applicant can ask for a sign adjustment. All those sign adjustments would still be reviewed by the board.
But in the public right-of-way, should we want to put electronic signage in our public right-of-way, then what process is there for objection from somebody who might live within, let's say, 50 feet of that?
So I thank you for asking that clarifying question. Any signage that so what the code will allow is for that to be considered. So any anytime the council wants to take that up, council will discuss and direct staff on what the process would be.
But I guess I'm asking a different question. So we're going to put signs in the public right of way but right now, if you're going to put an electronic sign in the public right of way, the people adjacent to or across from or wherever that sign is going to be get any notice, or the sign just appears one day?
Council would have to provide direction to city staff for any of that to be considered. None of that has been considered. Other cities have considered that and found revenue streams from that. What this in the sign code does is simply eliminates the prohibition, so council has the ability to consider it in the future.
Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
Here we go. Since I see no further questions for staff, let's see who is waiting on the phone line for public comment. We'll open the public hearing.
We don't have any callers for this item.
That makes for a short public hearing. So the public hearing is closed and the matter is back before the council. Anybody want to make a motion or discussion? Councilmember Davis.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
By him over.
Moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. Councilmember Himmler, should you have a comment, or were you making a third?
I was seconded.
Okay. Well, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day beat you that time. Any further discussion? If not, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so that is introduced on first reading unanimously by the City Council, taking the staff recommendation on a 7-0 vote. We'll move now to item 8A. And just as a reminder, at the beginning of the meeting, we did some agenda management. And we're going to allow the committee that presented the report to us to have some time, as we typically do to a board or commission. Although I suspect in this case, we may give them a bit more time than the usual 5 minutes. And that'll come at the beginning of the public input on item 8A. Well, we'll start by calling it and getting a staff report.
Item 8A is receive updates and take action to advance racial equity efforts in our community. And you currently have 4 callers on hold for this.
And we will have a staff presentation from whom?
Great. Council, I'll start us off this evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Earlier this summer, millions of Americans took to our nation's street to call for an end to racial disparities that persist across public safety, public health, housing, employment, education, and environmental justice in our nation. On June 9th, you directed staff to embrace these calls for a more equitable society and initiated 3 tracks of work for our city. Development of a Black agenda for Santa Monica by local Black community leaders, enhanced equity and inclusion work within the city organization, and review of our city's police policies with community engagement. After receiving this direction, staff set up 3 reform-driven processes, each with community engagement at its core, and each marked by a desire for the experiences and leadership of community members to lead the way. Tonight, as promised, we are providing you with updates on all 3 tracks of work, as well as an initial set of recommended council action. Tonight's recommendations include 3 institutional structural reforms: support for a community-based, community-led nonprofit dedicated to advancing a Black agenda for Santa Monica, establishment of equity and inclusion officers in each department of our city government, and creation of a police commission for the first time in Santa Monica. By seeking council approval tonight to move forward toward creation of these structures, we seek to ensure now at the outset of our work that our efforts to increase racial equity across the city will not only be meaningful, but also lasting. Some have said that the staff recommendations do not go far enough. I want to be clear that we agree. The staff recommendations tonight represent a proposed floor, not a ceiling for the work before the city. I also want to assure the community that items not expressly put forward as council actions tonight have not been ignored, rejected, or discarded. Rather, tonight's item is brought to council as an update, an opportunity to seek council approval to move forward with these initial structures and key items, and as a staff administrative item so that you, the City Council, can provide further direction and feedback across all 3 tracks of work. But our staff recommendations, whether accepted, rejected, or altered by the City Council, in no way cabin or limit the work that we can and will do to enhance equity in our city. We seek together as a community to produce lasting change in a country who we must say and recognize has racism built layers deep and centuries long. As Santa Monica, we seek to hold ourselves to a higher standard, to listen, to embrace change, and to lead. Council, in this moment, I do want to address at the outset that we know that the events of May 31st have created scars in community trust. And while that item is not before us tonight, I want to say that the Santa Monica Police Department and I are committed to a full, transparent, and thorough accounting of the events of that day by an outside expert as directed by council, including what could have been done to respond to the significant criminal activity that occurred while avoiding use of tear gas on our streets on a day of First Amendment activity that we embrace. In this moment, I also want to take the opportunity as your interim city manager and as a resident of our shared community to thank each and every community member who has come forward to lend their talent, their expertise, their time, and there have been many, many hours spent in production of the items you will see tonight, and at times their painful reflections to make our city better. The last 3 months have brought forward new voices and deepened community engagement. You will hear from many of our residents tonight. My commitment to the City Council and to the community, along with that of your dedicated staff, is that we stand ready to continue to address racial justice with our community with the urgency and thoughtfulness it demands. So again, I want to say tonight is not an ending point. Rather, tonight marks a critical beginning as we join together to build a brighter, more equitable future. And with that, I'd like to turn to Barry Snell for a presentation from the Black Agenda Steering Committee.
Barry, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Lane Bill, Mayor Kevin McCune, Mayor Pro Tem Terry O'Day, and City Council members. Yes, I'm Barry Snell, a trustee for Santa Monica College. However, tonight I speak to you as a member of the Black community of Santa Monica. At Council's direction at your June 9th meeting, you directed staff to support a community leaders in creating a Black agenda to address systematic racism in Santa Monica and to implement a Black agenda to address systematic racism in Santa Monica. Black community members have been meeting over the past 2 months to discuss the framework for a Black agenda, and tonight I'm here to report out of these meetings recommendations for the action steps for implementing a blueprint towards re-imaging a more inclusive, equitable city for Santa Monica Black. Through our discussion over the past 2 months in our group meetings, we developed a mind map, which you're going to see on your screen right now, which guided our vision. Can I see slide 2, please? which guided our vision and our discussion. The ideas along the lines of economic development, housing, homelessness, education, mental health and wellness, and police reform helped us develop a survey of 29 questions that were distributed to Black residents, Black employers, Black employees, and Black students over the age of 18. The survey was distributed with help of the city staff and our 2 educational institutions. It was conducted over a 2-week period between July and August. We had 238 individuals which took the survey, and that may not sound like many individuals. However, Santa Monica's Black community is only 4% of the population of 90,000. So when you're talking about approximately 3,600 individuals in the home, the survey that we took really, although it was a small amount of individuals, really had a broad-based support in the discussion. I'd like to try to highlight the priorities and recommendations for the survey. Can I see slide 3, please? Of the 238 individuals that took the survey, 99 of them were residents, 116 were employees or employers, 9 were students. Of the 99 residents that took the survey, 87% of the survey participants were renters. 97 of the respondents had at least 2 individuals, 1 to 2 individuals over the age of 18 in the home. And only 10% of the population was over 18, of 3 to 4 people in the home. 97 responded to the question of the annual income in Santa Monica, and the annual household income is less than 75,000. 60% of them make less than $75,000. Of the 224 that responded to us, the age range was a small population from 18 to 30. However, the bulk of it was ages 38, 35 through 45, and 46 through 60. And 19% were over 60%. But we had a broad base of individuals from an age group and from a population group that responded. Slide 4, please. We move to slide 4, please. In highlighting a few of the priorities and recommendations. Before I begin that, I just want you to know that there was an awful lot of discussion, comments within the survey that gave us a basis for discussion to develop, moving forward, some of the recommendation items that I'm going to talk about. In the area of economic development, it's important that the policies are developed to create opportunities and supportive pathways for Black-owned businesses, improving access for Black employment, implementing a COVID-19 recovery programs, and establishment of a task force to develop recommendations for reparation for Black Santa Monica residents. In the area of housing and homelessness, city-sponsored services to better assist Black members with affordable workforce housing, looking at ways for renters to build equity in their homes based on the amount of time they've lived in their residence, and working with local banks to develop loan programs that will create Black home ownership. We understand that the homelessness population and issue in our state is a challenging one. However, addressing the disproportionate representation of Black folks in homeless population is a top priority, and one that we feel that the city needs to recognize and take a look at. In the areas of education, disparities in the learning environment for Black students, from the age of 0 to community college. We believe that teaching our students in a culturally safe and welcome school and community is the framework to begin to eradicate racism. We understand that racism towards Black people is a learned trait that will not be accepted in our institutions and communities. These are kind of things that we talk about constantly in our educational community. And finally, and in the area of mental health and wellness, we believe that this area is the driving blueprint for change in our community. Mental health and wellness opportunities for Santa Monica Black and non-Black allies will begin to allow for healthy discussions and acknowledgement of racism and an implicit bias towards Black people in Santa Monica. And then finally, in the area of police reform, we recommend implementing substantial change for Black members in Santa Monica through police training, community relationship development programs with our police department, along with Civilian Police Commission, which will begin to produce positive changes in our community with our police department. We support staff's recommendation for the initial funding to establish a nonprofit and to work with the community members to develop a community forum to provide education and a space for healthy discussion on systematic racism. And in closing, I want to say that this was an incredibly heartfelt engagement with many community leaders. And as our city manager stated, it was an awful lot of time and an emotional time for many of us. And through it, I believe that we have come up with recommendations that will begin to give you the framework of what an equitable Santa Monica could be for Black Americans, but also for all citizens of Santa Monica. We truly believe that changing the environment, changing the discussion about systemic racism in our community can be a blueprint throughout the community and throughout the state. So I'm hoping that with this short presentation that I give you, it gives you some insight to start the communication, to start the discussion with respect to it. And in closing, I can't tell you how important it was to have the kind of community support to do this endeavor. And we came up with a conclusion, next slide please, that the only way, can I have slide 5 please? The only way that we could continue this mission is to develop a nonprofit that engages and works with the city to be able to provide these kind of resources to assist the Black community. It's a huge endeavor. To eradicate racism that's gone on for 400 years is going to take an incredible amount of support from all community members, not only the Black community. We're going to have to be able to recognize where our injustices have been with our Black community and correct those. And we will have to continue to have that kind of discussion with our community members and set policies on our city council that direct these kind of initiatives. In closing, I'd like to recognize the individuals that rolled up their sleeves over the last 2 months and really contributed to coming up with these recommendations for City Council to discuss tonight. Can I see slide 6, please? And I would like to personally name them because these individuals, many of them I've known for some time, but we met a lot of new faces. But I'd like to thank Robbie Jones, Karen Gunn, Kara Blade Snell, Raina Kirkland, Ashley London, Keith Coleman, Angela Scott, Nat Travis, Janine Jackson, Tony Murphy, Joseph Matoya, Jason Walker, Donna Brown, Alex Flamer, Billy Davis, Greg Brookins, Dean Martin, Nicole Hall, Erica Lacey, Darlene Evans, Greg Brown, Julie Stevenson, Leonard Mitchell, and Shirley Compton for their participation and input to this short presentation. We all support, as I said before, staff's recommendation, and we hope that this is the beginning of changes in our community that will be the basis for systemic change in our society. So thank you, and I look forward to talking with you and answering any kind of questions going forward.
Well, Mr. Snell, there was one name you left off that list of people you thanked, and I want to put it on there, and that is Barry Snell. Thank you for the work you have done on this.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Staff, we have Mr. Snell here in the Little Hollywood Squares of our council meeting. Do you have any questions for him? Okay, we'll hold that. No, we do. Councilmember Hara.
Hi, Barry. I can't think of a way to thank everyone that has participated in bringing all of these forward to us. And I know that it has been some hard work and some hard actions that we as council will need to take and move forward. One of the things that I thought of was you were thinking about creating a nonprofit organization. Is there any other anything else that you would like to add, like to this nonprofit organization? Like who are you looking for, or is there anyone in particular that you would like to help out with this process?
Thank you, Councilman Hara. We talked about the nonprofit, and we've already filed papers to become a nonprofit. As you saw for the first screen, we have identified our name, Santa Monica Black Lives Association. We now need to develop bylaws and develop a board, be able to move out the mission of the nonprofit and to assist the city and to assist the community in creating these kind of framework that we're talking about. We have talked about having a board that was representative of our entire community. We realize that this Black agenda, if it's going to be successful, it's going to require all community members to take part in this. This is not something just for the Black community, but it's something that's needed for the Black community to change the culture in our community for all community members. So that's our thought about the nonprofit. We're already in the process of creating it, and hopefully the next time we come to you, we will be talking about the nonprofit itself, from the nonprofit.
Is there a reason why you thought of actually forming a nonprofit organization as opposed to having set up a adjudication committee that was working with the city?
We did some investigation about a few different vehicles as to how we could fund the mission. And obviously the ideal organization structure would be a nonprofit or 501c3. We thought that would be the easiest way to facilitate the initial needs of the community.
Councilmember McCall.
Hi, Barry. I want to say thank you and just kind of emphasize further for everyone just the level of dedication that it took for this group of community members over the course of the last, what is it, about 11 weeks, Barry? 11 or 12 weeks? I think been going on, where for about an hour and a half every Saturday, they would come together to talk about really difficult subject matter. And I just want to make sure people understand that this is a unique time for Black Santa Monicans. to talk about the history of Blackness in Santa Monica and to talk about it in this way. And I think what Barry shared is only the beginning and a little bit of an introduction to a framework of support that this nonprofit is going to be able to provide for a community whose size has diminished over the years, due largely to a lack of attention and non-supportive policies. And so there's a lot of work to do, but this is a really helpful way to try to share, I think, what many Black Santa Monicans have been experiencing for a long time. And Barry, I'm just grateful to you and all the community and all the participants and everything that have worked on this so diligently.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Council, this is a very ambitious item we have on item 8A. Besides advancing the Black agenda for Santa Monica, we're also looking at equity and inclusion work within the city. And then we're going to look at police reform, which has been touched on and mentioned, because all three of these things really have to be done at the same time. That's why we're considering them as a whole. So what I'd suggest is that we wait on further questions until we've heard the entire presentation. Mr. Snell, I assume that you will be available.
Yeah, I'm here.
So why don't we hear the presentation on equity and inclusion within the city itself, and who will be giving that presentation?
Me, Delana.
Delana, good evening. You're on.
Pulling up.
Sure.
Yep.
We're seeing it now.
Lisa, can you maximize it? Thanks. My name is Delana Benakama, and I'm the Equity and Communications Coordinator for the Public Works Department. And I'm going to talk about the equity and inclusion work we've done within the City of Santa Monica organization. Next slide, please. We held a series of virtual social justice forums in June and July to provide staff an opportunity to discuss changes we could make to city policies, practices, procedures, and our interactions to help address systemic racism and eradicate inequities. The first forum was held on June 12th and featured a panel discussion by frontline staff and department leadership. The second forum was held on June 24th, and it was a listening session where staff shared their experiences, feelings, and expectations as they relate to equity. And the third forum was a working session for staff to brainstorm action steps that could be implemented to advance equity. We held the third forum on 3 separate dates and at various times so that as many staff as possible could participate. All the comments and recommendations were compiled into one report. Next slide, please. After reading through all the staff comments and recommendations, it became clear that there were 8 common themes that surfaced during the forums. The first one is implicit bias training. Staff feel that mandatory implicit bias and sensitivity training should be required for staff at all levels of the organization, including for managers and police officers. The second theme is diversity and demographics. Staff believe that it is essential for the organization to have leaders who celebrate and reflect staff diversity and leaders who understand and are willing to learn about staff cultures. They want the city to evaluate the demographics of staff at all career levels and of the city council, boards, and commissions to gain a better understanding of where diversity needs to be promoted. The third theme is training and development. Staff believe the city should invest in training and development to ensure that people of all backgrounds advance in their careers. They also feel that employees should get to know colleagues and community members of diverse cultures to help eliminate biases and improve collaboration. The fourth theme is recruitment and promotions. Staff expressed that the city should change practices to promote staff diversity, including removing barriers to employment and promotions by better aligning job requirements with job duties, as well as tapping diverse interview panelists. They also feel there should be more transparency and consistency with starting salaries. The fifth theme is staff and community resources. Staff would like the city to develop an equity toolkit to help them respond to racist encounters and microaggressions, and to also help them better understand equity terminology and equity in general. They want childcare assistance to be provided for working parents and more flexibility for parents who are working at home or who would like to work from home due to costly childcare. This also applies to residents who are interested in sitting on boards and commissions. The sixth theme is policy. Staff strongly believe that frontline employees should be included in policy and decision making. They also want the city to create and change existing policies and the municipal code to promote equity and eliminate biases. They made it clear that the city should invest in an equity team to be involved in this process. The seventh theme is values. Staff expressed that they want the city to make an ongoing commitment to equity, not just working on equity because it's a trend, but continuing to make meaningful change in perpetuity. They want the city to fund equity work and an equity team, create an equity plan and goals, allow staff to devote time to equity work, and clearly communicate its values to both staff and community members. Employees want to see leadership take a role in equity work and not place most of the responsibility on staff who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Finally, the eighth theme is budget and staff layoffs. Staff feel that colleagues of color were disproportionately affected by the city's restructuring and that the city's decision to lay off staff does not align with its equity efforts. Next slide, please. To ensure that we remain on track with our equity and inclusion work and that it is deeply rooted into the city organization, we propose the appointment of an equity and inclusion officer in each city department. They would serve on a newly formed racial equity committee, they would serve a one-year term, and they would commit at least 15% of their time to equity work. Next slide, please. This slide lists our timeline and next steps for our equity and inclusion work within the city organization. On September 16th, we will meet with the departments to brainstorm action steps for implementation based on the findings that came out of the staff forums. On September 29th, the GARE team will launch an ongoing citywide implicit bias training, starting with the HR department, specifically for staff. 2 new affinity groups we announced during the staff forums will be activated on October 8th to help foster an environment that is more intentionally anti-racist and representative of our diversity. We plan to appoint the equity and inclusion officers by October 15th, and the November 3rd election features a ballot measure pertaining to personnel appointments. Before I hand it over to the next presenter, I want to take a moment to thank the city staff who helped to plan and facilitate the forums. Many of them are part of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as GARE. There are several of them who work behind the scenes on these forums across many departments. Their names are published in the GARE operational plan that was published as an attachment to this report. This concludes my portion of this presentation.
I want to thank you so much for your work on this. And I know you've been at this for a long time, and it's been a collaborative effort. You're not the only one. And we appreciate all of our employees who have come to us with this message tonight. Thank you. Our next presenter, I assume, is going to be on the public safety reform section.
Right.
In equity inclusion.
Hi, everybody. Let me just down screens for myself. I'm doing double duty, doing everyone's slides, but now I'm doing my slides too, so it'll just take me a second. All right, here we go. All right. Good night. Good evening, everybody. And thank you for taking the time to really dig into so many important issues that we've all been working on very hard. In particular, the public safety reform work has been a real labor of love for all 15 committee members and myself as well. And I'm honored to be able to give you sort of an introduction to the process that led us to the recommendations that you saw in the staff report. Our Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee has 15 members. I will probably not name them all here, but just want to pause to make sure that everybody has a chance to skim, because I want to make sure that I go into the presentation more in depth. What I did want to highlight is that all of these members of the committee volunteered a significant amount of time and a significant amount of their perspective, expertise, and vulnerability to contribute to the conversations that led to the development of these recommendations. We had people from the business community, people who were longtime community advocates, people who were new to advocating for the community. And I think that it really made for a rich experience and a rich set of recommendations. We began before the committee gathered by doing an in-depth review of regional and national reform efforts, highlighting the new era of public safety because that is a really marquee publication that one of our committee members contributed to producing. But really wanted to make sure that we had a horizon scan of everything that people had been doing up to this moment in time where we started to really see action be catalyzed. We also did a horizon scan of everything that happened from June 2020 to now, and realized that really dozens of cities had moved ahead and made a lot of changes in their communities as pertains to public safety. And so we wanted to make sure we were up to speed on the top issues that cities were confronting and making sure that we could see, you know, it's always good to have policies to look at and see if they make sense where you are. And in starting our work, when we started it, we had the luxury of being able to learn from a lot of other cities. We then started listening to our own community because we knew that we couldn't just take something from across the country and slap it on Santa Monica. And so our second meeting was a community listening session. And in that listening session, again, we heard really diverse voices, but all with a passion for public safety reform. We heard people saying that they want to make sure we make changes for the better, but that we also keep the ability to protect our people and businesses. Some expressed concern about defunding the police without understanding that they would keep the same amount of safety. Others really wanted to know what is the right kind of service for the amount of money that we have in our budget. There were people who spoke on behalf of Black community members who had shared with them that when they heard a curfew, it had a different meaning to them than when a white person might have heard that there was a curfew in the city. It stoked a lot of fear in some people. And we heard from a lot of people that they wanted to see Santa Monica take a bold stand. And I think that that idea of Santa Monica being a leader is something that certainly is where we start from and has been a continual thread throughout the process, that people really want Santa Monica to continue to be a leader. And in public safety reform, that means really looking at things differently and seeing what are some big steps we could take forward. In order to make sure that we had the right foundation for the work, we did hear from leaders in our public safety area now. We had several presentations from the Santa Monica Police Department. They were very generous with their time and shared with us about their community work, about their use of force practices, the training that they get. They gave us a look at what happens in the budget, et cetera. And so really appreciate them being so generous with their time and making themselves available. We also heard from representatives from the Community Services Department, which we thought was important because that's the department that does so much of the work that people right now are saying, take money from the police and put money towards X. It's usually something that falls under that Community Services Department. So we really wanted to get a clear understanding of what that department was doing and what they thought was needed in order to move forward in a way, again, that makes sense for Santa Monica. We heard from Michelle Wittig, a representative of the Coalition on Police Reform, which has been a long-standing organization that's been working with our police department for some time, really trying to dig into issues and making sure that we're doing the best that we can. And we also heard from the Department of Mental Health, who does some partnership with us already, in dealing with some sort of joint response to calls, because the committee was very interested in thinking about who is the right person to send when someone calls 911, right? Thinking about, is it always a uniformed officer with a weapon, or are there other people who might be able to respond effectively? And then we also heard from our Police Activities League, just to, again, get a sense of some of the community-facing programs that we have around public safety. The committee met for 6 full committee meetings, so that was all 15 members meeting together. And then we also had 19 small group meetings. We realized pretty quickly that 6 meetings were not going to be enough to dig in. And so we met with each other, determined the 6 key topics, and broke into small groups to make sure that we had the time and energy to dig into those as much as we could, to be as thoughtful as we could. The focus areas for the 6 groups were use of force, alternate response strategies, community engagement, civilian oversight, police culture and training, and budget allocation. And what came out of that process was a document that represents all of the thinking of the committee members, both those who are very, very in support of what's in the recommendations, as well as those who say, let's make sure we're doing these as carefully as we can. But there was no debate that these questions were key questions when you're thinking about public safety reform. How can we become a true leader in sound, equitable, and fair public safety and well-being, not just good or good enough? The idea, again, of it's okay to meet the standards, but what would it look like to exceed the standards? Do we want our public safety providers and police officers to have a culture where they see themselves as our guardians rather than as warriors against those perceived as criminal? Again, really tying into this idea of what's the appropriate use of force, what's the appropriate posturing when you're encountering an individual who may be in the midst of committing a crime, or maybe is just perceived to be doing that. Do we treat all people, residents, and visitors with respect, support, and equity? And do our policing, public safety, and well-being budgeting practices and expenditures reflect our values as a community? And like I said, everybody on the committee agreed that these were the key questions to ask. From that really shaped the vision for this work and the vision for the future of public safety. I won't read it all because it's long, but again, the key themes being we want to strive to identify and use the best practices, knowing that we can learn from other cities, right? That we have cities right next door to us and cities across the country who are taking on public safety reform as well. And so we don't have to always invent the wheel. We can shape the wheel after we learn from them. Again, that we want to be a national leader in public safety and well-being. And that theme came up a lot because I think what people started to focus on was public safety is not only about crime, right? There are a number of factors that make people feel safe in their communities. There are a number of factors who keep people from falling at risk of participating in criminal behaviors or negative behaviors to start. And so really thinking about how could we look at public safety as something that isn't just about catching criminals, but is about making sure that we're supporting people so that they're never at risk of needing to have a negative encounter with the police department in the first place. And making sure that when we are addressing issues that are really more mental health issues than crime issues, that we have the right people in those situations. And then finally, just that, we still continue to see ourselves as a leading destination city for millions of visitors, and we want to be able to demonstrate that it is possible to achieve meaningful change from the status quo. The idea, again, of not just wanting to be good enough, but really wanting to be out front and a leader in the field. And so I think you probably have all looked at the very long document with all of the recommendations, but some highlights from the recommendations are, first and foremost, the creation of a 9-member civilian oversight committee. The idea of diversifying the people who could respond to 911 dispatch calls. We've seen other cities where they're able to patch in nonprofits, city staff, other people, so that when it's not appropriate for an armed, or really just when it's not necessary for an armed officer to go out on a call, a nonprofit agency could say, hey, we have somebody available and we can go take that call. So looking at things like that, including some proposals from local organizations that are very interested in partnering with the city in that way. Reviewing and revising the SMPD use of force policies to make sure, again, that we're not just in compliance, but that we are an exemplar of best practices. really recommitting to neighborhood policing principles. That's something that came up a lot in both the community listening session and in our committee meetings, that we really want to get back to the place where the only time that you encounter a police officer is not because there's been something terrible that happened. This idea of creating more community-centered policing where there's more partnership, there's better relationships, and we can kind of work on things together. Financially investing in programs and services known to improve community well-being using funds from the SMPD budget, and also an emphasis on reducing investment in the use of military-style equipment. We did get the budget details from the police department around some of that equipment, and it's definitely not a majority of the budget by any means, but there was still an emphasis on thinking about whether we need that type of equipment, and if we do, at what level, and how should we really be deploying it. And then finally, establishing outcome metrics. It was really important as we started thinking about training, et cetera, that there were outcome metrics that made sure that the department was not simply completing implicit bias training, that they were seeing results from completing that training, from any trainings that are being done, any new methodologies that are being tried, that the department is really tracking what happens after that's completed to make sure that it fits. Because there certainly are times where everyone is doing the right thing, but maybe it needs a different tweak or a different spin in order to be as effective as it could be. And that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Council, I want to thank Lisa and Delana in particular, who have spent many, many hours working with community members and bringing us to this place. We have the staff recommendations, which you have before you. I know that you have all read them, so I won't walk through them in detail, but we are looking to gain your approval, particularly on the 3 institutional mechanisms that we are looking for. So providing support for the nonprofit organization that Mr. Snell discussed, authorizing formation of the Racial Equity Committee and the Equity and Inclusion Officers in each city department, and returning with a draft ordinance to create and establish a 9-member police commission, which I have titled the Police Engagement and Accountability Commission, but the key thing is that our recommendation is that you provide that you direct us to return with a draft ordinance to create such a commission. We have a number of other recommended actions before you, and we're happy to answer questions. But at this point, I think you may want to turn to your questions and to public comment.
Yeah, so Council, we've now heard presentations on the 3 major parts of this. Keep in mind, we're also going to hear a presentation, as we agreed earlier, from the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee as the beginning of the public input. And then at the end of all this, we have at least 9 recommended motions to make, discuss, and perhaps pass. So at this point, are there burning questions you feel you need to ask at this point, or should we wait until we've heard everything and then try to ask our questions then? I'm sure everybody who is presented will be here after we hear from the public. Are there any questions we need to ask right now? If not, then I'm going to propose, in keeping with the agreement we had earlier to amend our agenda, that we provide, I'm going to say 15 minutes based on the other staff recommendation proposals and presentations we heard, to the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee as a group to make a presentation on their work and their findings. Is that agreeable to the council? Because I think we would need to agree to that before we go forward.
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. So we're going to open the public hearing now on item 8A. And by prior agreement, the first thing we're going to do is hear from, as a group, the members of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. And instead of the usual 2 minutes, we will give them 15 minutes to do a presentation. So could staff open that up? I don't know if they're going to join us via video or by telephone. That wasn't decided ahead of time, but we'll now open the public hearing with that presentation from the committee.
They're on as presenters. So George, I see your video.
Yes, should I begin?
You can begin, yes.
Okay. I'm one of
three members of the committee that will speak. Good evening, council members. I'm George Brown. I'm very happy to be here representing the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. We want to start by expressing our deep appreciation to the City Council for making a public commitment a few months back to form a Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. We know that you are committed to taking a hard look at making meaningful changes to improve our community's well-being and safety. We know that you all believe that Santa Monica should be a leader in how a city should be governed and in the values that it holds. We also want to express our appreciation to our city manager for selecting an amazing set of people and giving us the ability and the room to express our community's views. I'm going to discuss two of our proposals. First, the Civilian Oversight Commission. Establishing a Civilian Oversight Commission is an important component of 21st century community-oriented policing. It allows the community to have a voice. It allows the community to work with the police to co-produce public safety. This structure helps promote legitimacy and trust between the department and the communities served, which are important goals of community-oriented policing. Civilian oversight also creates a vehicle, a mechanism for members of the public to formally discuss department policies, conduct, and philosophies. And it is simply good governance. It provides checks and balances to help the City Council in its policymaking role. And it's a forum for doing deeper dives into the policies of the department and for hearing from the public. Now, the way we have structured our proposal is innovative. The first phase is to ask the council to establish the commission and give it the mandate to continue the activities of our committee. Notably, what we seek in the recommendations is broader than the mandate suggested by the staff report, and we urge you to give it the full mandate. We then reserve the question of how the oversight of the complaints, investigations, and discipline should be included in the commission's work. And on this question, we ask the council to give the new commission 90 days to come back with a proposal on that topic and to be guided by best practices in 21st century community policing when doing so. Now, on the issue of use of force recommendation, we urge the council to adopt the principles on use of force contained in Appendix 2 of our report. The council should instruct the city attorney, city manager, and the department to work together with the reform committee or with this new civilian oversight body to produce an updated policy in accord with the best practices in 21st century community-oriented policing. The baseline will be the principles that we propose. If there are any disagreements during the drafting phase about a particular practice or set of practices, we may need to return to the council to resolve those. However, we believe that many of the best practices will be accepted by the department, either because they currently follow them or they're willing to adapt and maintain their status as one of the leaders in policing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Is there someone else who'll be?
Angela Scott is going to step up next.
Yes. Hi. Good evening, Mayor McCune, City Manager Dill, and council members. I'll briefly be speaking on community engagement, police culture, training, per our mandated that we created in our Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. I want to first say thank you. I personally just thank you from the bottom of my heart. This has been an extremely enriching, exercise in that we were all able to collectively look at our community, right? We were able to take deep dives, and this is what we created, a robust policy where the overall goal is well-being, right? Public safety isn't just a matter, it's not just a police matter, it's a community matter that requires input from everyone. And thus, we need to create substantive, lasting dialogue that replaces the current us versus them mentality. We know that the events on May 31st and since then has demonstrated our own community's pain and need for healing and restoration. And so in that, we recommend restorative justice and healing forums. We need to have these courageous conversations, right, to address tensions between the community and police. And we know that this continuous dialogue is the only way to repair, resolve, and renew trust and transparency. As a means of enhancing our current implicit bias and cultural sensitivity training, we also recommend a multi-pronged approach. Provide input, community input on current implicit bias training. Let's look at best practices and how we consider cultural misconceptions, racial profiling, and other barriers that prevent equitable treatment. And we know that by having the community involved in what implicit bias training looks like with police officers is really going to be more effective. We also recommend restoring the African American Academy on Policing by providing cultural competency. This training addresses the historical relations between the Black residents and our police, thereby building mutual respect and trust. Another recommendation is provide onboarding training for new officers in leadership on the history of Beat 3. That's our beloved Pico neighborhood. We want the residents and members of PCG, PAL, FLU, and our youth to engage with the police officers, share, build upon the history, and foster connections that create, once again, trust building, right? Cultural sensitivity is also needed throughout the city as a whole. And we know that the only way to reach that is by learning from leading experts how to self-reflect, self-assess, and create behavioral pathways that are positive and promote positive change. So we know that through these steps, we can now create a more inclusive Santa Monica. And again, through that, we're looking at those courageous conversations. And so to create broader opportunities for police and community engagement, we recommend police-led sports and cultural connection events outside of PAL. Let's look beyond and let's expand to reach and engage more youth and families, whether it's basketball and softball games, through interacting with members in places of worship, businesses, and schools. You can only interact so much from your car, right? So let's meet us in the streets, walk the beats, let us get to know each other. And then this way, when our officers know our community, especially our youth and young adult, it transforms into mentoring and preventive juvenile diversion measures, right? So again, as we look at all of that and we look at the alternative response, which Lisa gave us a wonderful overview of that, we discovered through our many discussions that we had and introductions from various departments that there is a need within addressing the homeless population as well as addressing, again, our youth and our young adults, especially as we look into this COVID-19 and the dilemma that is presented. Those additional layers are affecting the overall well-being of our young adults, our youth, and our children who are now experiencing high levels of anxiety, depression, and for some, we know that means to addiction and overdose. So we're looking at right now in our current mechanism, we have 2 Department of Mental Health team workers that work with police Monday through Friday, and they work during the day. And we know that, again, that leaves a hole, right, for your evenings and your weekends. So we are recommending that 2 additional mental health experts join that same team and collaborate again with the police to provide additional supportive services. And that attributes to de-escalation and things of that nature. So I'm now going to hand it off to Mike Shotton, who will continue our presentation. Thank you.
Actually, Angela, I saw Shuli, another committee member, had jumped on. I wanted to give an opportunity to speak.
Awesome. Welcome, Shuli.
Shuli, you're muted. Let me unmute you. Shuli, can we hear you?
Oh my gosh. Hi. I didn't realize we were on yet. Is my video on too?
Both are on, but your video is on.
I thought we were on at 9 o'clock, so I just turned it on and just heard my name after I was saying goodnight to my kids. I have no idea where we are in the agenda or comments, but happy to jump in.
We were in the middle of a report from the committee, so perhaps the other person who was prepared to speak.
Yeah, please go ahead and I'll catch up.
Sure. Yeah, I'll jump in. My name is Mike Shotton. Yeah, no problem. So thanks again, Council, for the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. I'll be speaking about the budget. One of our initial stated goals of our committee was to recommend changes that should be made to the city's budget to better achieve public safety and well-being for everybody in our community. The adopted 2020-2021 Santa Monica Police Department budget is $98.9 million. Our committee has made the recommendation to divest $8 million from the SMPD budget going forward. That would put the budget in line with the police budget from just 2 years ago. How do we come up with $8 million? Two of the driving forces throughout all of our discussions and our recommendations are equity and well-being. The three city departments, which we think most directly impact well-being, are the Community Services Department, the Library Department, and the Police Department. When you look at how those three departments were treated in the 2020-2021 budget, which was adopted on June 23rd by the Council, the Community Services Department was cut by $6.3 million, or 21%. The Library Department was cut by $4.6 million, or 35%, while the Police Department budget increased by $600,000, just under 1%. Our committee does not believe that this is an equitable way to respond to the reduction in revenues from the pandemic. If those three departments, which are most directly impacted, or which most directly impact community well-being, were treated equally in the pandemic-related budget cuts, each of them would have been reduced by 7.5%. And a 7.5% reduction of the police budget would take them down to $91 million. Again, close to their budget from just 2 years ago. So now, where does that $8 million go? Well, many of our committee's recommendations will cost money. You've heard some of them from Angela and George. And the money that would be divested from the Santa Monica Police Department should go towards our recommendations. Now, our full list of recommendations are in the document, and we encourage you to look at those and adopt all of them. But here's a few that I'd like to highlight in areas where some of that money that would be divested from the Santa Monica Police Department would go. We'd like for you to bring back social service programs within the Community Services Department. Those programs that were cut disproportionately hurt our most vulnerable populations, especially the youth of our city. Hire back staff at the libraries. As George talked about, the Civilian Oversight Committee will need staff to administer it, and that should come from these funds. In the same vein, it will cost money to draft best practice use of force guidelines that you see in our recommendations. The committee recommends an enhanced 311 system and community education about that enhanced 311 system. We believe that will allow the police to focus on matters that are most pertinent to public safety. We recommend that you hire, as Angela mentioned, additional Department of Mental Health clinicians so Santa Monica has 24/7 coverage to respond to calls rather than just the part-time coverage that we currently have. If somebody is having a mental health episode, they should have a benefit of a licensed mental health clinician to show up. And as it stands now, it depends on the time of day or the day of the week as to whether or not they get that benefit. Much of the police training that we reviewed is classroom style or video style self-paced learning. The committee recommends that we shift much of that training from classroom style or video style to scenario training, which is more expensive, much more effective. We believe all of our recommendations are a start to improving well-being in our community without decreasing public safety. We have all been honored to do this work, and we'd like to thank the interim city manager, Lane Dills, for putting together our community, and Lisa Parson, who you heard from, for leading us all along the way. Lastly, we'd like to thank the council for calling for the creation of our committee. I hope the council sees the importance of capturing this moment to improve the well-being of our wonderful city for years to come. We have a chance to lead our county, our state, and our nation in public safety reform. I've heard from many of you that you want to make real change. Here's your chance. Thank you, council.
Mr. Shelton, thank you, and thank Ms. Scott and Mr. Brown for the quite wonderful presentation and for all the work you did. And I think you're going to find tonight we're taking it very seriously. Let me come back to the entire council and see where we stand. Council, we're now in the public hearing portion of the meeting. If you have any specific questions for the committee, You could ask them now, or we could go on to the rest of the public hearing and ask all the questions at the same time. Is there anybody who has a burning question they have to ask right now? Because I know we have people waiting. Councilmember Davis, do you have something you have to ask now?
I suggest we hear the rest of the public comment before we ask questions.
How many more calls do we have at this point?
There's 22 callers.
Well, probably a good choice to get them a chance to speak as well. So let's continue the public hearing and go to the phones and take those callers.
And I heard it is now 23 callers. And here's the first.
Transferring Matt Necco.
Matt Necco, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. I didn't expect to get connected so quickly, but thank you very much. I would like to comment on 2 points in particular. One point being on the civilian board. I believe that does need to be a civilian commission and board in the fullest definition of what that would be, including the ability to subpoena and to investigate and look into not just issues involving abuse or racial issues, but also corruption and bribery and all of the other issues that may affect the police department. And I'm not accusing or insinuating or implying that the police department is engaging in any of these activities consistently or systematically, but I do think that this is something that is important, including the ability to subpoena. So full civilian review board and commission, not an internal investigating body within the police department. That's where I am on that particular point. Then with regard to implicit bias and awareness training, I think that needs to be on an ongoing basis, and that it's not just a question of, is there a course that is taken once a year or once every 5 years, but there's regular review, and that it really is a meaningful type of addressing of the issues that really affect not just the police department, but all of the city police and city council as well.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
I really would encourage that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Dolores Sloan.
Dolores Sloan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yeah.
City council as well.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Ms. Sloan, turn down your computer so we can hear you.
You bet.
Okay, and you're up. Your time is now.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Dolores Sloan, and I'm speaking after having served in the city of Santa Fe on the Community Policing Commission in the police department, and having learned a lot from that experience. I'm urging you to pay close attention to each of the recommendations of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. A comparison of their recommendations with those in the staff report on the same subject show a more comprehensive understanding and evaluation of the critical issues to be explored in establishing the 9-member commission. For example, the staff report does not evidence understanding that the final outcome of any effort to assure safety and well-being for all depends on a true partnership of citizens with police and city governmental and elected persons. For example, the staff report does not include commission review of disciplinary proceedings and final actions by SMPD for violations of policies in its recommendations. It also does not include recommendations on appropriate staffing and timelines, and ignores the importance of limiting commission members to, quote, civilian non-SMPD employees or officers. The Public Service Safety Reform Advisory Committee represents a diversity of the racial and social backgrounds of Santa Monica, and its members were selected for their experience, skills, and understanding. And they are there to help the council in its very difficult deliberations to come up with the best program for us at this moment in history. So please consider, read, and analyze all of their recommendations in the good work you will be doing tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Bert Champagne.
Bert Champagne, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bert Champagne, and I've worked in Santa Monica for many years. I am aware of the activities of the Santa Monicans for Democracy, and I fully support them 100%. I'm calling to speak in support of the advisory committee recommendation regarding the police budget. I thought it was deceptive and in poor form for the city to act like the police budget was not increased when it really was. I appreciate that the committee took the time to look at the budget, and I think the city manager's recommendation to cut almost nothing, not so good. Needless to say, I prefer what the committee is recommending. Everybody knows about the key questions of the events of May 31st and how the city and police department responded. Those are the questions that are on everybody's mind, and those are the questions that I feel are not being answered. It's a case of won't ask, won't tell. Therefore, we are left to speculate instead of getting the facts, and we ourselves are left to sift through rumors and truth on major issues. For example, it's widely rumored that on May 31st, Mayor Kevin McCune refused to leave his home and played little or no role in the events and decisions as they rolled out in real time, and that we would like to know. It's also widely rumored that Mayor Pro Tem Terry O'Day was very active with the events and city officials as they unfolded, and he did weigh in and perhaps even direct that the police department fired tear gas and rubber bullets on demonstrators on Ocean Avenue. This is widely rumored because you won't ask and you won't tell. Lastly, it's widely rumored, and we don't know for sure, that Police Chief Renaud was not actually on site in Santa Monica in direct command of things in the very active days and nights before the events of 531, as well as not present or not directly commanding those on the event of 531, May 31st, as they played out so brutally and incompetently on Ocean Avenue and in the business district where the looting was taking place. We don't know because you won't ask and you won't tell. Santa Monicans deserve to know the truth and transparency. We will go a long way in helping others. May 31st.
Your time is now up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton, who will be taking her full 2 minutes.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Let me begin by saying this item makes me uneasy. I thought Santa Monica was a part of the United States of America, but here in Santa Monica you seem to want to divide everyone by race and subculture. I say this because Black Lives Matter is also an LGBTQ organization. Now, not that I have anything against them because of it, I just think the public needs as much information as possible. So if you're going to have a Black agenda, shouldn't you have a Latino agenda, an Asian agenda, a white agenda, and an agenda for all nationalities? Otherwise, wouldn't you be showing preference to one race over all others? I also have to ask about the $100,000 you're giving to the Black agenda to become a nonprofit. Only because you only give $7,000 to the neighborhood groups per year, or $4,000 if they put out a newsletter. And isn't the city crying poor mouth due to COVID-19? I ask only because I wonder how you can rationalize this expense. So why is the Black agenda so much more important than the neighborhood groups? And if Black Lives Matter is a political organization, which can be seen by them working to get rid of political figures in police in Seattle and other cities, even if they support the Black Lives Matter organization, and since BLM is a political organization, would your funding of groups based on BLM be legal? You also know this looks no different than any other board or commission appointed by you, such as the Planning Commission, Architectural Review Board, or Housing Commission, for example, all appointed by you to do and say what you want. In ending, the real question is, how much have you personally or the city donated to BLM, MMF, or Antifa to continue the chaos? Or is that what this is? Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Meredith Kuhn.
Meredith Kuhn, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Mary McEwen and council members. Thank you for thoughtfully listening to our comments. My name is Meredith Kuhn, and I'm a researcher and organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. Over the past few weeks, several of us took on the task of studying cities across the nation and the response to protests after the murder of George Floyd. We reviewed a number of cities and noted that many had no conflict with protesters, and a smaller amount of cities responded to demonstrators with hostility and violence. It was such a disappointment to see Santa Monica on that latter list. Now it's been more than 3 months since those protests, and we still have no answers. While other cities have adopted concrete policies banning rubber bullets and taking disciplinary actions towards officers involved in misconduct regarding protesters, Santa Monica has refused to acknowledge or even release even the most basic facts about what occurred on 5/31. We still don't know where the police chief was the day before and the day of the demonstration, who gave the order to fire tear gas and rubber bullets, how many rounds were fired and for what reason, what were the resulting injuries, and were the initial statements by city leaders even truthful? For this council to regain any trust from the community, we must call for a public hearing with city chief of police Hanaud and answer these basic questions. The Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee has done their research and has made recommendations. But since it's been more than 3 months and an independent investigation into the SMPD hasn't even begun, I'm concerned about the council's ability to implement these necessary and meaningful changes to policy. While certain cities across the nation are leading the change in the fight for racial justice, reform, and accountability, I worry Santa Monica is being left behind. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
Transferring Richard Kerr.
Richard Kerr, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Richard Kerr, proud member of the Ocean Park Association and an organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. On May 31st, many Santa Monicans, joined by many others, took to the streets to demand justice for George Floyd. That day, nonviolent Black Lives Matter protesters were on Ocean Avenue when confronted by the Santa Monica Police Department, which fired tear gas and rubber bullets into the crowd prior to curfew. At the same time, the Santa Monica Business District was overrun by criminal looters with no police response. It's now 3.5 months since a public display of police brutality and incompetence unfolded in our city. Every day that goes by without transparency about these events from the council and the police chief is another day of institutional racism at work. What the public wants to know and what the public deserves to know is where the police chief was the day before and the day of the demonstration, who gave the orders to fire tear gas and rubber bullets, how many rounds were fired and for what reason, what were the resulting injuries, and were the initial statements by city leaders truthful? To regain trust from this community, the council must hold a public hearing with the police chief to ask these basic questions and get these basic answers. Anything else is a cover-up. Anything else is institutional racism continuing to do its work. Anything else is undemocratic. I'm Richard Kerr. I'm a Santa Monican for Democracy, and I thank you for considering these points. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Thomas Madrano.
Thomas Madrano, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Thomas Madrano, and I am a native of Los Angeles County, and I also worked in Santa Monica at Santa Monica Place for many years. I am aware of the activities of Santa for Democracy, and they have my full backing. I'm calling in support of the Advisory Committee's recommendations regarding the police budget. I thought it was deceptive and in poor form for the city to act like the police budget was not increased when it was. I appreciate that the committee took the time to look at the budget, and I think the city manager's recommendation to cut almost nothing is not so good. Needless to say, I prefer what the committee is recommending. But everybody knows the key questions are those related to the events of May 31st and how the city and police department responded. Those are the questions that are on everybody's minds, and those are the questions that are not being answered. It's a case of won't ask, won't tell. Therefore, we are left to speculate instead of getting the facts. For example, it's widely rumored that on May 31st, Mayor Kevin McEwen declined to leave his home and played little or no role in the events and decisions as they rolled out in real time. But we don't know for sure because you won't ask and you won't tell. It's widely rumored that Mayor Pro Tem Terry O'Day was very active with the events and city officials as they unfolded, and that he did weigh in and perhaps even requested or directed that the police department fire tear gas and rubber bullets at demonstrators on Ocean Avenue. But we don't know for sure because you won't ask and you won't tell. Last example, it's widely rumored that Police Chief Renaud was not actually on site in Santa Monica nor directly in command of things in the very active day before and day of the events of 531. But she was not even present during the events of 531 as they played out so brutally and incompetently on Ocean Avenue and in the business district where looting was taking place. But we don't know because you won't ask and you won't tell. Santa Monicans deserve to know the truth.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
City Council. No more delays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring David Bia.
David Bia, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is David Valle. I'm a graduate of Santa Monica High School and a student at SMC. I'm also a member of Santa Monicans for Democracy. I'm here to ask why we haven't received any reports on what happened on May 31st. It was a mess. My brother was there and he was shot with tear gas and rubber bullets, and he wasn't doing anything wrong. Actually, he was doing something that was really right and really important. He was demonstrating in support of Black Lives Matter and against racism. I'm really mad that he was shot and the other demonstrators were shot at as well. It wasn't right. It seems that our beloved city has shown its true colors. It has been more than 3 months and we're still left with the same questions. Where was the police chief the day before and day of the demonstration? Who gave the order to fire tear gas and rubber bullets? How many rounds were fired and for what reason? What were the resulting injuries? And were the initial statements by the city leaders truthful? I really hope you provide answers to these questions. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Karin Portillo.
Karin Portillo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Karen Portillo, and I am a Santa Monica High School graduate. On May 31st, my brother and my godfather were shot at with rubber bullets and tear gas by the Santa Monica Police Department. I want to know who ordered to fire the tear gas and the rubber bullets. Where was the police chief the day before and the day of the demonstration? How many rounds were fired and for what reasons? What were the resulting injuries? Were the initial statements by the city leaders truthful? We've been waiting for answers for over 3 months. When will we get the answers? Thanks.
Thank you.
Transferring Karen Wise.
Karen Wise, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Karen Wise. I'm a 20-year resident, galvanized by recent events to join the Coalition on Police Reform in Santa Monica and educate myself and become involved. First, I want to thank you, the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee, and all of the people who are working so hard on this issue. The work is incredible, and I want to urge the City Council to accept the full and adopt the full recommendations and all of the principles put forth by the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. Their proposed principles and recommendations are visionary, they're inspiring, and they should provide the beginning the City Manager is proposing, not what the staff has said. Don't rush, Don't allow the city staff, with great respect and gratitude to the staff, to dilute the committee's recommendations. This is our moment. We need to seize it and not to miss or misspend it or even underutilize it. Time will dilute our resolve no matter what words we use. We need to seize the moment. We need to ask ourselves, including our police, to do the anti-racist work and the anti-violence work, to practice listening first, not claim that we're doing well or that we're improving, but to listen, acknowledge not just historic, but current active injustice and unacceptable levels of violence, which is racially biased, and to do the true work that we need to, true forward-thinking community-wide work. We need to ask ourselves, including our police, to open ourselves up to collaborative work, to do all we can to make this community safe and secure for all of us, for residents, visitors, businesses. Yes, it's asking a lot. We can and must do it together. Yes, police, you are professionals, you're experts, but with utmost respect, you work for us, and you need to work with us to be, in the words of the committee, guardians. You also need to be collaborators and not warriors. We are not your enemies, nor is anyone who walks into our city. We pay well, and our contract with you needs to ask for some new things. We need to ask for your true collaboration, for listening, and for learning of a new kind, not defensive, not threatened, but truly collaborative. Please, City Council, I'm urging you not to dilute the proposal of the committee. We owe them a full hearing, and they've done brilliant work for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Karen Gunn.
Karen Gunn, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Karen Gunn. I'm really glad to be here this evening just to share some remarks. As you know, I am a member of the Steering Committee for the Black Agenda, so I'm certainly encouraging you to support the proposal and request and what was written in the city manager's recommendation. The same is true for the equity and inclusion work within the city organization. Certainly with all of those, as well as public safety, what the city has to look at is not only that there has been a legacy of non-supported practices for segments of the community. I'll be a little bit more blunt about it. The city is dealing with the legacy as well as the current issue of systemic racism. It's part of our institutions. That includes what sometimes occurs with different agencies that are supposed to serve the public. And particularly with respect to public safety, I really want to encourage you to take to heart the report from the members of the committee and to look at the gap between the floor and the ceiling, which I hope is set at a high, at a high bar, and return to the report that the committee made and look at the recommendations that were not necessarily part of the city staff recommendations. And I know they worked very hard, but you have a starting point and there is a long destination in front of you. And I really encourage you to look at all three items, certainly support the Black Agenda proposal, implement the proposals for equity and inclusion, and take a deeper dive into public safety reform. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring David Watley.
David Watley, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, City Council. This is David Watley, and I wanted to start off by saying welcome to Councilor Kristen McGowan. I believe I've had the opportunity to interact in some form or another with other council members, the dais, but I have not had the chance to meet Councilor McGowan, so I just wanted to say welcome and very impressed by your background, and thanks so much for your service to the city. So my name is David Watley, and I, as some of you on the council may know, I actually started David Watley Advocacy in 2015 in the city. And basically, I advocate on behalf of veterans, individuals with disabilities, seniors, and issues related to education. One of the things I'm most proud of accomplishing in the city is helping to get the 26th Street Bergamot train station dedicated in honor of Private Joe Bandera, who a lot of you were a part of that process. He was a World War II veteran. He was overlooked for the Medal of Honor because of his Mexican ethnicity. And after an investigation ordered by President Bush, 43, not 41, he was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Obama at the White House, and his family was invited and was accepted and whatnot. So on that note, I think that I am very impressed and in support of these efforts to bring equity to the Black community, to African Americans, whom, as we know, have also suffered from injustices in Santa Monica. So I completely support these efforts to bring justice to our people of color
Your time is
in the
now
African
up.
American community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Tara Barascas.
Kara Barascas, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Tara Barauskas. I'm the Executive Director of Community Corporation of Santa Monica. I'm also a member of the Santa Monica Bay Area Human Relations Council, though I'm not speaking on their behalf. As Community Corp is an organization dedicated to improving lives for people of lower incomes and marginalized communities, we would like to encourage you to adopt the Black Agenda recommendations, but to reconsider the city's strategy for public safety reform and to adopt the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee's full recommendations. Following the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, the community asked for, and the city agreed to, adoption of a Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee to better address how public safety and criminal justice should be handled in our city. Tonight's staff report does not adopt the committee's full recommendations. As someone who does a lot of work in the community, building trust is very important and key to credibility. If we do not follow through on commitments or take into account the community's wishes, the less vocal, more disadvantaged people will feel unheard, unsupported, and even more disenfranchised. In this very difficult time, we need to come together as a community, listen to what they have to say about safety, and make meaningful change to resolve the deep inequities that have taken place both locally, regionally, and nationally. It starts with this decision, and the city has a real opportunity to show that it's committed to real, meaningful reform that will stop implicit and explicit bias, find better ways to address homelessness and mental health, and bring the community together instead of continuing on business as usual. In addition, I urge the City Council to adopt a more balanced budget reallocation into programs that will address these problems at their roots, more funding for affordable housing, mental health intervention and support, substance abuse programs, and academic support programs for lower income households. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Louise Dobbs.
Louise Dobbs, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Louise Dobbs, a retired senior in Santa Monica. I lived in this city for 30 years, and I'm calling to say I support the Black Agenda. I really like the speakers before me. They could probably say it better than I can, but I urge you to join with the Black community to develop a robust plan for empowerment, inclusion, and equity. I really think we need authentic change to move against systemic racism across a very wide range of areas: economic, health, mental health, well-being, police reform, et cetera, et cetera. So I support the Black Agenda in our city, and I support the police reform as it was presented by the PRA committee that just spoke. That was an excellent presentation, and it really spoke, and I felt the compassion rise in me, in my heart. So thank you so much, and I support the Black Agenda and the police reform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Manuel Vasquez.
Manuel Vasquez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council members. My name is Manuel Vasquez. I'm a Santa Monica native and also an organizer with Santa Monicans for Democracy. I'm here to inquire as to why we haven't received any reports on what happened on May 31st. What took place during the demonstration in support of Black Lives Matter was a catastrophe and a horrible display of police misconduct. Countless volunteers and peaceful protesters were injured by Santa Monica PD's use of tear gas and rubber bullets. It has been over 3 months since the police department violated the civil rights of the people they are sworn to protect, and the public has yet to receive a report on what happened on this day. The council has avoided any direct answers regarding May 31st. I urge you to uphold the values of transparency and please answer the following questions. Where was the police chief on the day before and the day of the demonstration? Who gave the order to fire tear gas and rubber bullets? How many rounds were fired and for what reason? What were the resulting injuries? And what were the initial statements by city leaders truthful? I urge you to answer these questions provided and please get back to the community that you are serving. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Oh, put her back on hold. Transferring Janine Jackson.
Janine Jackson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, and good evening. I'm Janine Jackson and a resident in the Pico community of Santa Monica, and I am calling because I'm in support of the Black Agenda. The time is now for the city of Santa Monica to recognize the systemic racism and discrimination that affects our city, and our city must work actively and deliberately to root it out and set our city towards a better direction, a direction towards healing our Black and African American community members. When our Black community heals, our city heals as a whole. I ask you to vote yes to all of the agenda items for the Black Agenda and provide the $100,000 to advance the formation of the nonprofit organization to promote the well-being of the Black community in Santa Monica. By voting yes, the city is making a very small investment into action towards a greater and richer future for our city. I'm also in support of the authorization of the formation of the Racial Equity Committee within the city organization, and I'm also in support of the implementation of the public safety reform. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Robbie Jones.
Robbie Jones, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As I'm sitting here today, I just realized a minute ago, it'll be like 10 days before I can say that I actually lived in this city for 6 decades. That is just amazing. And I've never thought that I would experience or even dream that I would experience witnessing and working with city to participate with my community to make a better Santa Monica way, to stand against racism and, build equity and excellence in the city for all people. It's just, I just want to say the way to say everything is happening, it's like clockwork, but it's been a daunting task because I sit on both of these committees. And it's been a labor of love at the same time. I just want to give a hats off to my co-spearheaders in Black Agenda, Karen and Barry. Awesome. Christian is amazing. I am never been so proud of a city council person that sits up there with you guys. And she has just been in here rolling up her sleeves, giving us answers, telling us, when we have questions. She's been making herself available with all her family duties as well. And I just want to say I have met some amazing people sitting on the Police Advisory Committee, just people some that I knew already, but a lot that I didn't know. And I learned a lot from all of this. And I just want to say thank you for that. I want to say thank you to Council because this has been a wise and courageous step in the right direction. So I just want to say thank you, but I also want to say we need a Black agenda. We definitely need a Black agenda, and with a nonprofit, and we definitely need to look at our police reform, the whole thing, the whole enchilada, y'all. Let's take a look at it because we need to fix what's broken. but we also need to replace and restore what's been taken. It's just needed in our city, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Joanne Berlin.
Joanne Berlin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Joanne Berlin. I am on the steering committee of the Committee for Racial Justice, and I support the work of the Black Agenda folks wholeheartedly. This is the era now of Black Lives Matter, and I think most of us know why that is in response to all of the death of unarmed Black and men and women that we have witnessed, and now is our time to try to make some changes. And the times we're living in right now call for actual transformation, not just modest reforms when it comes to reimagining public safety. And that's why the council needs to endorse, in my opinion, endorse all of the Public Safety Advisory Committee's recommendations, especially the concept of a civilian oversight group for police and changes to the current use of force culture and practice here in Santa Monica. When you look at a comparison, as some have alluded to, between the advisory committee and the staff report, there are 53 proposals in the advisory committee's report. 33 of them are not even addressed at all in the staff report. And I know the staff didn't have a lot of time to prepare, but still, it is quite a difference. That's why I'm encouraging you to adopt the advisory committee's report. Also, when you look at the tone of both of these reports, the advisory committee report is calling for oversight and for a change in policing culture and practice, and pushing a move toward equity, more equity.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Darlene Evans.
Darlene Evans, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Someone's talking.
Go ahead. It's your time. Turn down your computer. There's a delay on the computer.
Okay. Hi, my name is Darlene. I want to say good evening to the mayor and council members as well as city staff, and I want to thank you. For addressing these issues of police reform and the Black Agenda. It's very necessary in this time, and I'm very grateful that you're taking it up and very proud that the city of Santa Monica is doing that. As chair of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Coalition, I wanted to speak on behalf of them, and as a producer of the largest and well-recognized community event in the city, which epitomizes many of the same principles stated by the Black Lives Committee, whose mission calls for racial equality, elimination of racism, and which promotes equal justice for all. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Westside Coalition believes that continued funding of our Martin Luther King celebration sends an important message to the community that the city affirms the commitment to their ideals, to these ideals, and also maintains an already existing brick in the structure you are presented or you are presently trying to build. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Janet McKiffin.
Janet McKiffin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
You are presently trying to build. Thank you.
Hi, this is Janet Gallery McKippen. I'm the minister at the church in Ocean Park, and I'm the president of the Santa Monica Area Interfaith Council and a steering committee member of Committee for Racial Justice and member of Human Relations Council, but I'm speaking for myself. Racist policies persist and strengthen when people do nothing, or even worse, when they act like they're doing the right thing, but actually are ensuring that change does not happen. In the wake of the murder of George Floyd and others, when people became more seriously interested in working against racism, Santa Monica took some wonderful, bold action, and I was really grateful for. You've heard the results of some of this tonight. One important action was to create the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. The members of this committee are intelligent, experienced, courageous, trustworthy, and diverse. Their task was to study and offer a proposal for a better way to function safely in our city. They've done an amazingly thorough and wonderful job. Their recommendations should be brought before City Council for a vote. I hope that the staff report is not the one you take seriously. Why? Staff report seemingly tries to imply that it incorporates the committee's recommendations. It does not. What it does is keep things fairly status quo. So my question is, was the PSRAC established to make it look like we believe that Black Lives Matter, so it would look like we are a progressive city? Or do we really want to be a progressive city, and do we really believe that Black Lives Matter? If you do make the decision not to accept the whole proposal, I asked you to approve at least 3 things. 1, a civilian oversight committee with teeth. 2, minimal use of force policies. 3, redirect funds from the police department budget to social services and libraries. If you don't adopt the whole report in full but do believe that Black Lives Matter, please take at least these 3 very small steps for being a safer city. And that way we can embody how Black lives really matter here. I know you all know all of this, and I sincerely hope you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, Council. It's Jonathan Foster. Of course, I always try to start to ask God to bless Santa Monica. Several statements to make, like everyone. One problem is Santa Monica taxpayers are on the hook for the bill for the Santa Monica PD not responding on May 31st. That is the secret little cover-up going on. The reform group is at best just a start. It's too limited because not enough community even knew this was going on and could not participate. That's no transparency, no reconciliation, no accountability. A few on the panel shouldn't be on the committee. How about California Bill SB 230 is lacking? There's too much side waste for what is embodied in the first objective, use of force. Only thing you need to focus on mostly, okay? Because this is mostly a waste of time and a waste of money and a waste of innocent human lives. Okay, if police were where my heart is, the nation would not be in this problem. They need head-to-toe body armor. That's the tactical gear. They have to go out in groups of 8, not 1. Cannot shoot unless the suspect is shooting. Clearly advancing to a bystander with a known gun. You can't shoot a guy because you don't know he's got a gun or not. You got to know he's got a gun. Most importantly, getting out of this requires completely protecting the officer. Completely protecting the officer first. That's how we get out of this. In the Graham versus Connor in 1989, this last sentence, the test of reasonableness is not capable of precise definition or mechanical application, is a lie. We can precisely define this.
Time is now up.
Thank you.
Transferring Michelle Beecham.
Michelle Beecham, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the meeting. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle Beecham, and I've lived and worked in Santa Monica for the past 15 years. I'm a little ashamed to say that I've never paid much attention to the workings of our city's government previously. However, I'm calling now to express support for the full findings of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee, especially in regard to divestment from the police budget to refund the community services and library budgets. Both of these departments are hugely important to our community. I also support the advancement of the Black Agenda and the $100,000 to fund the nonprofit organization, as well as the equity and inclusion work within the city. I've been disappointed so far in the reaction of the City Council to the events of May 31st here in the city and to the issues of systemic racism and police reform in general. I understood the desire to take a thoughtful approach rather than reacting initially, but I hope that tonight the Council will take a strong action to enact the full findings of the Public Safety Reform Committee. I'd like to see strong anti-racist action taken by the City of Santa Monica that would set an example for other communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Sean Landris.
Sean Landris, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Sean Landris, speaking as an individual and a Santa Monica resident. I'm calling in full support of the work and in solidarity with the work of the Santa Monica Black Agenda and also the work of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. But I really want to bring up a couple of specific points that have to do with the ongoing day-to-day work that we all do, including those of us who are appointed commissioners. The one request is that you mandate implicit bias and equity training, not just for staff, but for commissioners as well. As a commissioner in the County of Los Angeles, I have to take equity training every 2 years, and I have to take an implicit bias training, I believe, every 2 years. The county was the first county in the country to require an equity training back in 2011, and it's been very, very helpful. The second point is that in the GARE operational plan, I want to highlight the recommendation that racial equity impact assessments be included on all staff reports, including, I would say, to commissions as well. That's also very important because as we do our work, we need to focus on the big things, but we also need to focus on this work as it plays out every single day and in every action that the city takes, whether at the council level or at the commission level or at the staff level. And so those two pieces will help. Lastly, it's a tiny point, but it goes to the issue, which is in one of the reports, there was a reference to churches as community stakeholders. I believe that probably should have been religious organizations or congregations because people of all races and ethnicities are Christians, Jews, Muslims, Sikhs, Buddhists, and people of all religions and none. And I think that I just wanted to make that point as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our final caller.
Before I officially close the public hearing, let's just check one more time that there's not somebody who was waiting, still listening to the William Tell Overture and waiting to talk to the City Council. Is there anybody there? For sure.
For sure, that was our last caller.
All right, thank you very much for the care you take in making sure those callers do get to us. That'll close the public hearing on item 8A. And Council, tonight we're being asked to do more than just set just and equitable policy. We're being asked to take specific actions which, if we do take them, will be an acknowledgement of and an apology to people who have suffered systemic injustice due to race over many, many years. So this is a wonderful opportunity we have. There are actions we have to take. There are suggested motions. I hope we'll keep in mind that the point here tonight is to actually get to the point of a vote and take the action. But we'll start with questions on any of the things we've heard tonight, including the Black Agenda, the equity and inclusion work within the city, and police reform. So what council member would like to start with questions? Councilmember McGowan.
I'm curious, do we have any sense or has any thought been given to what potentially these proposed $8 million in cuts might look like? Is there anyone on that's looked at that?
So our budget staff is not with us tonight. We typically bring budget. We bring end of year in October. We bring mid-year in January. In terms of the cuts, the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee did put forward a series of recommendations as to where the money would go, some of which could be implemented immediately and some of which could not, some of which would be supporting programming that we haven't yet created.
I guess what I meant, Lane, was more sort of what those cuts to PD would look like as opposed to like what because I see in the recommendations where they're suggesting they would go. I'm just curious about what it would look like to an actual cut to PD's budget.
I do not think we have done that at that number. I know the chief is on the call, but I do not think we have done that at that number.
Well, do you want the chief to try to answer that, or? That seems like an important question. I saw Councilmember Himmelrich, who's next to the question, nodding yes, she'd like to hear from the chief. So can we get the chief online?
I would like. Thank you.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
So Councilmember McCowan, $8 million cut to the police department would be a substantial cut, knowing that 92% roughly of our budget is personnel costs. The cut of $8 million would result in layoffs within the police department.
Does that answer your question?
I'm sorry. So I guess it's on me. So I have a follow-up, Chief, and that's this. The 82% that's personnel cost, is that strictly what we would, wages, overtime, pension, and benefits, or are there additional costs?
So it's about 92% of our budget, I believe, and that is for salary and benefits.
And I'm sure you've looked at this. Have you looked at how, apart from layoffs, you could possibly meet this if it weren't implemented right away?
At the $8 million mark?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There would be no avoiding layoffs at an $8 million mark.
At any time? I mean...
Correct.
Because I think what people are talking about is, the divest and invest. And I think that I understand that people are saying take it from here and put it there. But if you, in fact, adjusted your budget to make more room for different kinds of personnel, let's say for more mobile response teams and things like that, would that fit within your budget?
So, Councilmember Hemmerich, at the $8 million mark, there's not enough discretionary funding that doesn't cut into salary and benefits that could approach that amount. The remainder of our budget that is not salary and benefits goes for rental buildings, for equipment, for training, for some very specific things. And as the city has gone through some budget exercises in the past couple of years, we've cut substantially from every area that we can. So to meet an $8 million mark would result in layoffs within the police department.
Thank you. And thank you for, and you've talked, I assume, to Gigi about this. I mean, this is not stopping here, right? I mean, you've talked to finance about it.
About where
about $8 million cut versus the, what is it, 600,000 proposed cut, Lane, is that right?
That's right, Council. I don't know that that the chief has talked to finance about the $8 million cut for tonight, both because we're not in a budget process and because the recommendations did get finalized last week, which is not to say we weren't aware of the direction they were going, but they were finalized on Wednesday and we produced on Thursday the staff report, which is not to say, and I want to be really clear, we did have drafts earlier, but I just want to be clear that that's what.
So I'm asking the two of you what the earliest time is that we could possibly see this kind of major adjustment in budget.
I would hesitate to put a timeline to that. I would need to talk to Gigi and see what her availability is. But an $8 million cut to the police department budget is extremely deep and would have some substantial work to do in order to bring forward a recommendation of where that amount of money would come from.
And
so, Lane, I have another question for you around this, which is, the libraries, we were going back into, I know there's a suggestion we put the money into the libraries, right? Some of the money. When do we expect to be back in our library? Anytime?
Council, if only I knew the answers to those questions. In terms of being back in our libraries, we don't expect public health guidance to change before November. Could we be back in our libraries by January? That depends on vaccination and rapid testing and where the flu vaccine goes. So we will not be back in our libraries certainly before November, which is the next time LA County has said that they will move another set of reopenings. So certainly can say that.
Kristen, I'm sorry, I don't want to take Kevin.
Kevin, sorry, I just didn't.
Hang on, folks. Actually, Sue jumped in when Kristen, I think, still had another question. I also see Councilmember Hara had her hand up. So, Councilmember McGowan, why don't you ask the question that you didn't get to ask, then we'll go to Councilmember Hara.
Yeah, sorry. My eyes have completely given out on me today, so it's hard to see, and I'm a little slow to respond. I apologize. I was just with the chief, from what she was saying, I think that means sworn officer layoffs, I believe is what she's saying with the $8 million cuts, that those would be sworn officer layoffs. And then the follow-up question to that, once she clarifies that, is during the last budget process, because I wasn't involved, I'm just curious, were furloughs considered at all?
So in the last budget process, furloughs were not spoken about, and I'm sure the interim city manager can clarify on that point. Layoffs at an $8 million mark, understanding that this police department does deliver service through almost half professional staff and half sworn. We had already given up some vacant professional staff positions. We would have to go back and look at what an $8 million mark would be, and I would need some time to get that prepared.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Hara.
Actually, that was going to be part of my question. If that does mean sworn officers to be laid off, approximately how many do you think that that sum would be?
Councilmember, I want to be very careful to not misspeak in this, and so I would need some time to work with Gigi and finance in order to bring forward that amount of detail to you.
And Council, Gigi has joined us. She did estimate to me earlier that generally that amount of money would be 35 to 40 positions. Gigi, I don't know if you're with us at this point.
I am. Yes, the lowest salary for a police officer loaded is about $160,000. So not everyone is at that level. So, I would figure that this is very much an estimate, just kind of guessing an average salary, which would be about 35 or 40 positions. Does not include overtime. This is just their salary, their benefits, and their including pension contributions.
Okay, is that, well, Councilmember Hart, are you done? Because we'll move on to Councilmember Davis if you're done. I'm waiting for you.
No, I'm not. I still had some questions, but I don't know if I should ask all of them right now, or are we only with the chief?
Why don't you just get all your questions out while you can?
So I was wondering, do we have anyone at the executive level that takes care of right now equity issues?
Within
Lori.
In the police department or in the city?
No, just in the city.
In the city, Councilmember, we did, when I became the interim city manager, I appointed Lisa Parson as a special assistant. And in the budget process, Lisa's current position is special assistant for equity and community recovery. She also comes from our former Office of Civic Wellbeing and is trained in much of the community well-being work that the city has been moving forward.
So the reason why I'm asking is because in following the suggestion that Delana gave in regards to having individual lead people in every department be a part of an equity as well, I was wondering whether or not we should, now would not be also the right time for us to have someone that would be the chief equity officer. So I'm just trying to follow up to see whether or not that's also a consideration.
So, Councilmember, I don't know if Lori is with us right now. We have been working across Lori Gentles, our Chief People Officer, Lisa Parson as a Special Assistant in the City Manager's Office, and Delana Benekama, who is in an Equity and Communications Officer position that was originally in Public Works, but she's been working much more broadly. So we do not officially have a Chief Equity Officer, but we have been working to position that across the city. So we have two people that are kind of working on the equity, but not a full-time person. Am I correct? Am I hearing you? Yes, that is correct. And the proposal we have coming to you tonight would put someone in each department reporting up to the task force, which would be Lori, Lisa, and Delana.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm going to go let somebody else go. Thank you.
And that somebody else would be Councilmember Davis.
My computer didn't want to unmute me. So I actually have some questions for the folks on the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. And I don't know who wants to speak for them, but maybe George? I don't know. So are they still here?
Yeah, the way we planned it is depends on the question.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Good to see you, Mr. Brown. So I just have a few questions about your recommendations, and I want to make sure I understand them. One of the things you propose is obviously a civilian oversight committee with 9 people. Was there some special reason you chose 9? Was it just a convenient number, or did you have some reason to believe that was an optimal number in terms of getting a committee like this to be effective and not get too bogged down?
Sure. It was just a starting point that we chose and certainly understand that the council may have different views on how many people should be on it.
Great, thanks. And then one of the things I think that your committee emphasized, and rightfully so, was what happens when calls come in and whether they come through a 311 system or a 911 system, or whether they actually come from officers on the street or ambassadors or whatever. But I didn't see a lot of talk about training of dispatch officers, the people who actually take the calls. I'm assuming that that's something you would really want to focus on as well, because if we're going to say when a call comes in, we need to decide should a armed officer go or is it more appropriate for mental health, they're going to need to be able to triage those calls effectively, wouldn't you say?
Yes, and I think our understanding is that this initiative would require some planning and training before you could implement it.
Great. And then I know your committee emphasized use of force policies because obviously that is what has triggered so much of this work throughout the country. But did you have any thoughts about the broader set of police policies, or were you thinking that that was something the Civilian Oversight Committee could take a look at, you know, maybe not all at once, bit by bit or whatever? I mean, but did you anticipate that committee looking at more police policies than use of force?
Yeah, we believe that the Oversight Commission should have a mandate to look at all aspects of the department policies because there's no single thing that you can do and magically everything is changed. And the whole idea is to involve the community continuously over time to have dialogue with the department and think of and suggest changes and try them out and see how they go and continue to talk about them. It's a long-term process.
Thanks. And then I just have a couple more questions. One is you talked in your report about sort of shifting the metrics, that we should always do metrics about crime and things like that. But we also want to know how much crime did we prevent? How many youth were diverted, out of the criminal justice system? Do you anticipate that the committee would probably have to hire a consultant or an expert to help with that work? Because it seems, I know when we were doing the well-being index, and Ms. Parson knows this, that it's more complicated than it sounds sometimes, because you not only have to say what do you want to measure, but how do you measure it? So do you think that would probably take some expertise?
Yes, we're not suggesting any of these things are something you just pull off the shelf and do. We would draw on all the city's resources, certainly. We would get input from perhaps academics and policymakers who have studied the issue. But the whole idea of it is to think about public safety in terms of well-being overall. It's a comprehensive, holistic view that is focused basically on well-being. So it would take some work to develop what the appropriate metrics would be.
All right, thanks. I'm smiling because I love the word well-being. Everybody knows that. And then my last question is, there was a lot of talk about implicit bias training, which I think is a really good idea. But I was wondering, did you have any discussion about, I know we talked about doing it with police officers and certainly within the city staff range, and I think one of the callers mentioned boards and commissions. But I was wondering if you've given, or you or your committee discussed, really trying to make it almost a citywide effort, working with our neighborhood groups, our service organizations like Kiwanis, and things like that, about really making it almost a citywide effort to address the issue of implicit bias.
Absolutely. We did have discussions about that. And not all of these initiatives would reside solely within an oversight commission. There'd be a lot of overlap with other projects and activities the city would be engaged in.
All right, great. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Councilmember Winterer, I see your hand.
Yeah, first a couple of questions about the proposed Civilian Oversight Commission. Our staff report noted that Pasadena just recently put into place their own Civilian Oversight Commission. I was told by someone that they had basically taken the template proposed by our Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee and adopted it there in Pasadena. Does anybody know if that's true or not? Or is that just going to be an unanswered question?
I don't believe that's accurate.
That's not accurate. Okay. Thank you.
And there are many variations, Councilmember.
Yeah, there certainly are. Thank you, Mr. Brown. And then the committee has suggested that there should be some sort of staff support for the commission, which that makes sense because all of our other boards and commissions have staff to support. But the committee has suggested that would be a new budget expense. I have a question for the interim city manager, whether or not that's something we could do in-house with existing staff, given that we do have these budget woes right now.
So Council, we could do that either way. We could immediately support with existing staff. I know it was important to the recommendation of the committee that not be a police department employee. We could support with existing staff. We could support with a new staff member if we're making budget allocations. One thing I do want to point out is there are a number of recommendations that are small things within the committee's report that we didn't address in our staff report because we didn't think it necessary at this stage, but that it would be preferable from our point of view to align to your regular boards and commissions and the charter. So a simple example is just that they've recommended a 3-year term. We would recommend a 4-year term because that's what your other commissions have. So some really basic things like that. Similarly, it would be very unusual to have a commission that had a staff member reporting to the commission. I don't think that's something that we are a city that is large enough necessarily to do that. That would require a lot of work to think about how that works from a personnel perspective. But could we staff it? Yes, we could staff it with someone internal, or we could bring on a new staff member. So we could do it either way.
All right, then I have another budget question. The proposal is that we double the number of neighborhood resource officers. And it's not clear to me whether that's an additional budget expense or the proposal is to do that within the existing PD budget.
If you'd like me to answer that one, I believe the proposal is to do that within the existing police department budget. And that would be accomplished by as I have officers come in to the department, and once they're done with their training and they're available to be deployed within the department, that the priority would be to put them into the NRO program instead of perhaps a detective position or another need within the police department.
Well, great. I want to have you, Chief, just to follow up on that. The PD has been rotating people in and out of those NRO positions. Isn't that correct?
We haven't been rotating people in and out. There have been people who have been NROs, for example, one promoted to the rank of sergeant, so he left the program. We did recently rotate the NROs to different beats, and we had one NRO who had an injury who came back, but we tend to try and keep our neighborhood resource officers as long-term as possible, which is usually absent a promotion or one of our other neighborhood resource officers actually left take a job as a commercial airline pilot recently. Absent something like that, our neighborhood resource officers very much enjoy the job they do and tend to stay in that position for quite a long time.
Okay, that's great, because it seems important to have a lot of continuity if you're going to build those long-term relationships. So
yes.
Thank you for that answer. And then I just have to bring up a quick question for the city attorney, just because it came up in the public commentary about the events of May 31st. Well, that's really not on our agenda. I just have to ask this question if Mr. Cardona is available to somewhere there in cyberspace, looking for his friendly face. So we heard some concerns from members of the public about either lack of involvement in the decisions made on May 31st or involvement in the decisions made on May 31st. But doesn't our charter specifically preclude any council member from getting involved in sort of those day-to-day operations, whether it's of the PD or any other department? We can't really give any direction outside of a publicly noticed meeting and by majority vote. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Section 610 of the Charter precludes council members from acting or giving directions to any subordinate to the city manager.
So no council member could have been on the phone to the chief on May 31st and saying, this is what you should do. Is that correct?
That would have violated the charter.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, I haven't seen a hand up from Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, so that we are probably done with questions. And that's an opportunity for us to move into discussion and toward action tonight. And I want to suggest, since there are 3 discrete sections of this, that even though we dealt with them holistically, as I think we should have at the beginning and for public comment and now for questions, that for action, we break it down and take them in the sections in the order they are in the agenda. And that would be advancing the Black agenda for Santa Monica. Then we'll move on to the equity and inclusion in the city organization part of this. And we'll leave for last the police reform. So on my agenda, it's been suggested that there be at least 2 motions on the advancement of the Black agenda. One would be a call for a motion to direct staff to advance Black agenda, which would involve a mechanism for funding. And the number in the original staff recommendation is different from what we heard yesterday and tonight from the representatives of the Black agenda. So we'll have to have some discussion and decision on that. And then we'd also be asked to direct staff to host a community forum to provide education and implicit bias and all that. So council, if it's okay with the council, let's focus on the Black agenda part and decide what we want to do on those 2 motions. Anybody have any discussion on that or care to advance a motion? Yes, Councilmember Winter.
Well, I'll move we develop the mechanism to provide $100,000 in seed funding to advance the formation of the nonprofit organization to promote the well-being of the Black community in Santa Monica.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and my understanding is that $100,000 does not include a $25,000 grant that the council made some time ago from its own contingency fund. So is that the intent of the motion?
Yes.
This means $100,000. And the seconder agrees?
Right.
Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, let's start into action with a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So 7-0, unanimous vote of the City Council to approve that motion. And that leaves a second part of what we've been asked on advancement of the Black agenda, which has to do with directing staff to host a community forum with the Black agenda for Santa Monica Steering Committee to provide education across the community regarding history, implicit bias, ways that community members can join together to advance anti-racism, etc., and anything else that the council might want to add to that. So is there a discussion or a motion on that?
I'll move the item.
I'm going to go ahead and second that so that we can open up for discussion.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Himmelrich, seconded by Councilmember Hara. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, thanks. So just a couple of clarifying things. I generally support the motion. I just want to make it clear that where it talks about having a community forum on implicit bias, that is different than what I talked about in my questions. So I'll deal with that when we get to the public safety reform issue. But I don't think just having a forum about implicit bias is enough. I think we need to dig deeper, but I just wanted to make sure that we didn't somehow think this motion covered that. And then the other thing I want to do in terms of education is make sure that people know how they can support the Black agenda. We passed a rule that 10% of any monies to the We Are Santa Monica Fund, undirected monies, go to the Black agenda, and we allowed people to make donations up to 100% of their donation going to the Black agenda. And I don't think we've done, a great job of publicizing that. So I think we need to make sure that as we go out and talk to the community about this, we inform, some of the education has to be how they can not just emotionally and by their good work support this, but financially support this work as well.
Councilmember Davis, just to confirm the intent of your question, my understanding is that actually none of what we're doing tonight is the end all for any of these issues. What we're doing here is we're starting a process. And, we're going to be looking at some very difficult issues in the long term. For Black people in America, it's been very difficult to accumulate family wealth because home ownership has been difficult for Black families because years ago of racial covenants, because today of exclusive zoning. So there's a lot of things we're going to have to look at that we're not going to vote on tonight. but we're starting a process. So I just want to confirm the intent of your question, and no, this is not all we're doing. This is the beginning of what we're doing.
No, I mean, I made the first comment because I didn't want this to be seen as being a substitute for what I think of as a broader community-wide training on implicit bias. And I made the second issue because hopefully people are listening to our broadcast here, at least one or two of them, and remind everyone that they have an opportunity to put their money where their heart is by donating to the We Are Santa Monica Fund to support the Black Agenda.
Thank you. Councilmember Hara, you want to comment?
I did. The reason why I wanted to open it up for conversation is because I believe that in order for us to have restorative justice, we need to make sure that we bring someone to train us that has a proven outcomes of actually doing this. That they have been successful in creating a framework. And I know that we spoke about some matrix also. And I full-heartedly believe that absolutely the entire city must come together in this, but that we need to have someone that can provide this unbiased training that we full-heartedly need, that we are asking for. I believe, like Councilmember Davis said, that we see a lot of well-being in some of these reports, and I think that now that we don't have a well-being office, then I'm glad that well-being is being brought forth and that we do have some of the index information in there. I want to see that also where are we going to house it, because a lot of the information that we might need might still be there, and I don't want to see that gone. And I know that interim city manager has told us that the well-being does live in one department, but I want to see it live in the entire city, not only in one place. And so that's why I wanted to just bring it up for discussion so that we can think about some of the things so that we won't be missing the time. That we must take this opportunity and we must take it right and we must make it complete in order for us to be successful.
Well, thank you. Councilmember McGowan has asked to speak.
Yeah, hi. So on this second part about the community forum, I just want to make sure we're clear that this is an ongoing, this would be a partnership between the nonprofit that comes out of the Black Agenda in partnership potentially with our Equity and Inclusion office or department at City Hall to have ongoing community conversations. And so I think whatever we decide, I want to make sure that these are ongoing community conversations because, ultimately these conversations will help with some of the issues that were addressed in the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. A lot of the time when things go awry, it's oftentimes because someone in the community made a call to police that maybe didn't need to be made in the first place. And to the extent that we can start to have conversations and open people up to, people's experiences and stuff, we can start to see changes across the board and we would all benefit. So I'm completely in support of these ongoing conversations. I just want to emphasize they're supposed to be ongoing and not like one virtual community forum.
Well, the maker of the motion, Councilmember Himmelrich, is asked to speak next, and so perhaps in speaking you can clarify whether your motion actually does include the intent of ongoing as expressed by both Councilmembers Hara and McGowan. So when we vote, it's very clear what we're voting on.
Well, it does, but I also want to point out that this item about advancing the Black Agenda is basically about being responsive to the outside group that will be asking us to, I hope, host this community forum and other types of forums to help bring the community along. So as the mayor said, I think this is an ongoing process. And I want to make it clear that it's my belief that the Black Agenda Group should be driving the interactions, these interactions between the city and, and the Black Agenda Group, and the city shouldn't be driving it. That I think that they need to be the ones who are talking about what they perceive the need to be, and then the city will respond, but we shouldn't be telling them what to do. And Kristen, I don't think you were saying that, but I do think this is a separate item than the work within the city.
Would you care to restate your motion so all of that is clear? Because we do.
Okay, so I can restate the motion. So the city, rather than calling it host a community forum, the city should collaborate with the Black Agenda Steering Committee to do these things throughout the life of the committee, right? This shouldn't be something that's a one-time deal. I agree with Kristen, but I also agree that various different horizons may open up. I think that talking about one forum may have been a mistake.
At some point, you have to put a period at the end of the motion so we know what we're voting
on. Okay. So I move that we host community interactions in collaboration with the Black Agenda regarding the items that the Black Agenda determines are most important to achieve their goal.
All right, now before we go to the second or the motion, who's in queue, Interim City Manager Dill wanted to jump in.
So, Council, we certainly hear this direction, and I want to point out the reason for this recommended action. This was something that came out of conversations with the Black Agenda Group. This was intended to happen before the nonprofit is established and up and running. And so the goal of this recommended action was to say we're not going to wait to collaborate until the nonprofit is ready to go. We're going to do something right away. So we can absolutely do this. If it exceeds a certain amount of money, we will both have to find that money, and our funds are very, very limited, and come back to you for authorization of that money. So I want to be sure that when you say community directed, that we understand that we are planning as the city to help fund this before the nonprofit exists. So Councilmember, if I could potentially, with your motion, just say, collaborate with the Black Agenda for Santa Monica Steering Committee and any successor nonprofit there too, or something like that. That would be just an immediate action before the nonprofit is in place.
Let's take those my words, right? I agree with that.
Any successor nonprofit, very lawyerly spoken.
Yes.
Mother Maker, is that okay with the seconder of the motion, who's also the next person to speak?
Absolutely. I believe that by saying that brings up my next point, and that is that we shouldn't only be listening to people's experiences, we should be empowering them. And I think that by stating that we are having, the Black Agenda bring it forth, I also want to make sure that implicit biases is not only for our Black community, it's also for every single one of us. And I want to make sure that I say that, out loud. So, yes.
I'm glad you said that, because I have something to say about that. So I actually was a temporary judge in the Superior Court for a number of years before I started doing all these things. And to be a temporary judge in the Superior Court, you need to take not just implicit bias training, but you have to assess yourself for implicit bias through a program that Harvard does that is an anonymous program where you actually can go through an exercise that tells you something about what your biases are. I've done this. Look, the test can obviously be manipulated, as all tests can. The test is maybe accurate, maybe not. I learned something about what my biases are I would say a couple surprised me and a few didn't, but we all have it. I mean, it's part of the human experience. And I highly suggest to everybody who called in here tonight and everybody who's listening to this that you Google Harvard implicit bias, take an hour of your time and take this test and learn a little more about yourself, because I think it's important first to examine yourself and then see yourself in the context of the world. So thank you, Anna.
And we've given a great deal of context for staff to go along with the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we can go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that is passed unanimously with a 7-0 vote of the council. And before we go on to the equity and inclusion within the city government, are there any other motions on implementation of the Black Agenda? I don't see any. So we'll move on now to the second of the three sections, and that is the equity and inclusion within the city government. And I have to say, I took the time to read all the comments that our city employees made on the subject, which were part of the rather extensive packet we got, almost 1,400 pages to this week's city council packet. And there was one comment I thought was just fascinating, and it really illustrates to me what we need to do tonight. Somebody said that diversity is when you invite me to the dance. Inclusion is when you ask me to dance. I think our job tonight is to make sure that we have music that everybody can and wants to dance to. We can be that kind of city, so how are we going to do it? So before us is the matter of inclusion. We've got a staff report and some recommendations. The first of the motions that is associated is call for a motion for an equity and inclusion work within the city organization, directing staff to authorize formation of a racial equity committee within the city organization and the appointment of an existing staff member in each city department to serve as the equity and inclusion officer and member of the committee. And we'd also be adopting the racial equity statement developed by staff participants in the GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. Now, that doesn't have to be the exact motion, but that's the action we're asked to take. Which council member would like to start taking this on? Or accept the motion, make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion is made by Councilmember Himmelrich. Is there a second?
Second, Winterer.
Second by Councilmember Winterer. We seem to have lost somebody here. I think Councilmember Hara has dropped off screen. I'm hoping she'll come back. Is there,
Sorry, I'm here.
Discussion on the motion.
It's switching places. I'm sorry.
Got sent to the other room, right?
The grandkids have to go to sleep, so.
It's first.
So, Councilmember Hara, we have a motion and a second. The motion was, I believe, by Himmelrich, second by Winterer, to go ahead and form the Racial Equity Committee, appoint an equity and inclusion officer who will be a member of the committee from each department, and adopt the racial equity statement that the GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity staff members have put before us, just so you're clear on where we are. And we're looking for discussion since we already have a motion and a second. Councilmember Davis.
Thanks. And I don't want to abuse my privileges here, but I do want to recognize that the GARE work really started in the Office of Civic Wellbeing, and acknowledge the people who were in that office and worked on this for a long time before we got to this point, and really laid what I think is a solid foundation for the work that was done here by staff. So I just think it's important that a lot of people who worked on GARE sort of pre-COVID, pre-budget crisis get a shout out, because it was really part of our DNA earlier, and I'm really thrilled to see us really formalizing it more here, because I think that's really important.
I don't see any other requests for discussion. We have a motion and a second. As we do, Councilmember Hara.
The only thing that I know that this is only for our employees, but I just want to make sure that we bring our youth along. I think it's really important for us to be listening to them. There is a lot for us to learn from them, just like we want to teach them as well. So I just want to make sure that whatever it is that we do with all of the 3 tiers that we have today, that we include them. And they are a part of the GARE program, so we should include them as well.
I think we may be ready for a roll call vote on the motion.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes. And so the request for equity and inclusion within our city government has been adopted entirely as requested. That leaves us the third and probably the most difficult part of our work tonight, which is police reform. There are a number of suggested motions which I can go through, but I have to say the suggested motions were based on the staff recommendation. And having personally sat over the weekend and compared and contrasted the staff recommendation with the committee recommendation, I tend to want to start from the committee recommendation, which may mean that some of these motions have to be revised somewhat. But the first thing would be a call for a motion to direct staff to return with a draft ordinance to create and establish a 9-member police engagement and accountability commission. We've already had some questions and discussions on that, so that motion may need to be amended, but let's see who's interested in getting going on discussion. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I'll second it for discussion purposes, but I do have a couple of comments about it.
Okay, you can second it.
Yeah, I seconded it for discussion purposes.
I read it. I didn't make it, but I'll consider myself the maker of the motion.
Okay, I thought you were making the motion. I apologize. You read it so well. I was just assumed it was a motion. So can I comment now?
Yeah, let me just say that what the motion would be so far, and we may want to amend it, but this is one of the motions that was called for based on the staff recommendation. I think it's parallel to what was asked for by the committee, is that we direct staff to return with a draft ordinance that would create and establish a 9-member police engagement and accountability commission. Now, what the purview of that commission would be is a little bit different between the staff recommendation and the committee recommendation, so that probably should be the subject of our discussion.
So I second it for discussion purposes, and I have 3 comments. And I don't know, one of them, the third one may in fact be a friendly, actually they all may end up being friendly amendments, is I'm not wedded to the number 9. I think this is incredibly important work, and I want to make sure that it's an inclusive endeavor. And while this certainly came out of the Black Lives Matter movement, we obviously have people from all sorts of different backgrounds who I think it's now appropriate to bring into this work. I don't have any magic number in mind, but expanding the committee to 11 or maybe even 13, I don't want it to get unwieldy, but I think this is such an important committee that we really do need to have a number of people with lived experience at the table, and I don't want to sort of overly constrain it by limiting the number. The second thing I want to say is I'm hoping that when it comes time to appoint this committee, that we will treat people who were on the city manager's appointed Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee, if they want to continue the work, sort of as incumbents as we would on boards and commissions. That's not to say we have to appoint them, but, we typically identify people as incumbents. I think this committee did an astonishing amount of work in a very short period of time. And I think it's important to give those people the opportunity to continue the work and bring that sense of what they've done over the last couple of months into the new committee. So And I'll just be honest and say it. I know sometimes when we start to appoint boards and commissions, who's on it gets away from us, and we start to appoint people like, oh, I've known them for years because our kids went to school together. And I think this committee is too important to be like that. So I would hope that we would find a way to treat the people who want to continue the work who are on the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee to at least be identified as incumbents, sort of like we do with board and commission appointments. And again, we'd have to check with them. And then the third thing I do want to say is I think that the task of the committee should be broader than that in the staff recommendation. I think, again, that if the work of this committee is going to be meaningful, they need to be able to explore all police policies. And I'm going to talk about policies later. But all police policies, because in looking at our police department's policies, it's amazing how interlocking they are. And you can talk about use of force policies and you can talk about de-escalation policies, but they also have to do with policies with how you generally interact with the community. So I would like to see that we adopt the breadth, if you will, or the scope of the committee as being the one recommended by the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee as to the more limited scope of work identified in the staff report. So those are the 3 comments I have. I don't know if it's appropriate to make friendly amendments not, or I'll wait and see what my colleagues have to say about it, and then maybe we can flesh it out.
There were some very significant functions in the committee recommendation for this mission that are missing in the staff recommendation. I said at the outset that I tended to start from the committee's recommendation. That is part of what I've meant, that the duties of this commission should be more as outlined by the committee. Now, of course, we're authorizing staff to draft an ordinance, which has to come back to us, so we'll get another shot at exactly what this commission can do. As far as the number of members, my concern is that you can have as much expertise in the room as you want, but the number of people who actually get to vote and make decisions, if it gets to be too large, makes it difficult for any decisions to get made. So I don't know if you're proposing a specific number, Councilmember Davis, at 11 or 13 or what, but I would hate to just leave it open-ended.
11. I was thinking 11 because I know we like odd numbers. And I was just thinking that would, give us the opportunity to appoint a fair number of people who are already working on this issue, but also bring more folks into the fold so that we hear from even a broader section of our community. So I was thinking 11. I understand I don't want it to get unwieldy, but I'm not sure there's a big difference between 9 and 11 in terms of that.
And I can support that in particular because that would allow for something that Councilmember Hara talked about. I think it's very important that this commission includes some representatives of young people in our community whose interaction with police may be very different from those of us who are fully adult and don't spend as much time on the street corners, so to speak. So that this would allow for that. So I will consider that a friendly amendment and incorporate that into the motion. Councilmember Winter.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for the maker and the seconder of the motion. And the staff report had noted that we could either hold off on this Civilian Oversight Commission until such time as we did some work on an overhaul of all our boards and commissions. I'm assuming that is not your intention. This is obviously an immediate and pressing matter that we don't need to delay on it for any reason, correct?
You got that.
So then the staff says in the alternative, they could come back with an ordinance to enable the creation of this commission, civilian oversight body, whatever we're going to call it. They're suggesting that the appointment to that body would be made by the city manager. So I'm wondering, is that what you had in mind, or did you have in mind that the council will make the appointments?
Council would make the appointments to the commission. I think if you want as your starting point to be the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee report, I think we can work with that as a starting point and bring back to you an explanation of where we ultimately diverge when we bring you the ordinance. So if that is the starting point and you want an explanation of anywhere where we choose to make a difference from those recommendations when we bring you the ordinance, we can do that. I can tell you, I pointed out the terms earlier. There are a few things in here that are complicated from an actual implementation point of view, but I don't need to go through them all with you tonight. If you want that to be your starting point, we can bring you back an ordinance that implements this or explains expressly where we don't think that's operationally feasible or legally wise or anything else.
Well, just to follow up on that, the staff report mentioned that in this alternative, they envision the Civilian Oversight Commission as being a limited term body pending, revisions to our boards and commission structures. But I guess I don't see the reason to go through the process twice and to break up the continuity of the body. I mean, it seemed to me that we're going to do this, we do it, and it's going to be a standing entity rather than something that gets adjusted in some sort of later policy formulation about overall boards and commissions. What are the thoughts of the maker of the motion?
I'll restate the motion with all the clarifications and amendments, which I think might be helpful. So I'm calling for direction to staff to return with a draft ordinance to create and establish an 11-member police engagement and accountability commission to be a standing, ongoing commission, the members of whom will be appointed by the City Council, and whose purview will be based primarily on the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee view of such a commission.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Himmelrich. You're still muted.
Thank you. I got it. So I think the motion is appropriate, but I think that we also ought to allow the current committee that perhaps we ought to reappoint them as the council to do that 90-day period of examination that they felt. I heard a couple of them say, and I lost connection a couple times, but I did talk to people apart from this, and I think that this particular commission would like another 90 days to create more finite policies around best practices.
Well, nothing in the motion dissolves that committee, and in fact, their input would be more than welcome.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Nothing in the motion dissolves that committee. Now, I guess I should turn to the city manager, since she's the one who has been working with that committee, but we're going to be drafting an ordinance. It would seem we would want to have their input.
Yes. So I'm trying to reconcile the going out and do, but I guess the committee will simply continue and do as we direct and the city manager works with. Is that what you're saying?
City manager.
Right. So, Councilmember, the committee's charge was to bring recommendations back to me. One of the problems we encountered in this process was that the recommendations came to me immediately before we had promised a staff report to you. So we don't want to do that again.
Right.
I think that we can continue to consult with the committee members as we draft the ordinance. I do think it's important that that staff have a role in drafting your ordinance, because there are, we need staff to be responsible for drafting the ordinance, and that's, but we can certainly consult on an ongoing basis with the members of the existing committee.
No, I wasn't suggesting that someone other than staff draft the ordinance. And if the committee is going to stay in place, then they'll continue to work on the various issues that they talked about that they need to refine over the next 90 days. Is that about right?
The committee's recommendation calls for the commission to spend its first 90 days, and let me find.
Can I kind of jump into this one?
Well, you may, but let's get the answer from this assistant city manager before we move forward.
The committee has recommended that within the first 90 days of the commission's first meeting, the commission shall report to the city manager and/or the city council its recommendations for implementation of updated procedures and policies for the review, investigation, and oversight of complaints. If what you're asking is that we work with the committee and try to bring you those updated procedures and policies with the ordinance, we can try to do that. That's a question for the city attorney as to whether we can get that done.
Well, I think the ordinance creating the committee would need to give them the purview to affect the sorts of things that they would say need to be done. So that's where their advice informing the ordinance would therefore be the framework on which the commission was founded and what their mission statement was.
When would you be coming back with the ordinance?
It would take us at least 90 days. I would defer to the city attorney. And if you want us to engage with the committee and try to get some of the work that they are saying would happen after the commission's first meeting done while we're drafting the ordinance, we can aim to do that and can consult them along the way.
That would be great. And the other thing that I think in terms of those policies, and I think we've all said this, that it should reflect the best practices contained in the committee's report. In other words, the committee outlined some things that they defined as best practices, and that should be the basic framework in which they're operating over the next 90 days in terms of what the practices and policies ought to be.
I believe that's already in the motion.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara, you've been waiting to.
I was just trying to figure out whether or not the 90 days might have been part of a training process as well. I was just kind of trying to figure out whether or not we could include it as something like that.
I think the 90 days is meant to give a deadline for them to come up very quickly so that we can make changes in a timely fashion.
Right.
I'm not sure it's a matter of training.
So since we're going to be called on to participate in the drafting of the ordinance, I just want to make sure that I understand what it is that your motion is asking us to do. So as I understand it, the motion would be to return with a draft ordinance to create and establish an 11-member police engagement and accountability commission that would be an ongoing commission appointed by the city council with its purview as recommended by the Public Safety and Reform Commission. I think the committee as it currently exists is one that was appointed by the city manager. So the city manager can leave that committee in place during the time period that we are drafting the ordinance. There's no further direction needed for that. She can do that, and staff will be free to consult with that committee as the ordinance is drafted. So I think the motion as stated by the mayor is sufficient, and I think we have the understanding that the desire of the council is to have the city manager leave that committee in place and consult with that committee as the ordinance drafting goes on.
Council,
correct.
So council, I do need to be clear about one thing in that motion. We can certainly continue to consult with the committee as we draft the ordinance and bring it back. We do have a very comprehensive report from them. What we cannot do, particularly if you're about to ask us to revise all of our use of force policies, is continue to staff a committee that's generating new ideas while also bringing you back an ordinance for a commission and also engaging in all the training and everything else. So we can consult with the committee. We can't continue to run that committee, which was meeting weekly and was Lisa Parson was spending about at least 50% of her time to staff and to create this community engagement. So we have devoted an extraordinary amount of staff time, all of which was for good purpose, but we now will need to move to implementing your direction in consultation with the committee, but not continuing to run the committee.
This motion, I wasn't saying that we'd continue to work and get another report of the volume, complexity, and a high degree of specificity that has been given to us so far. I wanted to continue to consult with the authors of that report such that the ordinance that does come to the council reflects their intent. Is that clear? Is that helpful to the city manager?
Yes, very. Thank you.
Are we ready to vote on this? I think we might be, if the clerk would call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeon.
Yes. And so that's a unanimous vote for the Police Engagement and Accountability Commission, a 7-0 vote of the City Council. And let's just move on to the next part of the police reform thing, which is the rules of force part. The original motion we were being asked for based on the staff recommendation was to direct staff to review and revise the use of force policies to explicitly affirm that all public safety officers must hold the highest regard for the sanctity of human life and the dignity and liberty of all persons, and place minimal reliance on the use of force. The committee, on the other hand, had much more specific recommendations, and probably before we implement them, we'd have to have a process to have those evaluated. So does the council have a motion they'd like to put on to get that process going? I'm not going to make them all tonight.
I'll try this. So I believe that I think that the staff should work with the committee to develop a use of force policy that reflects the best practices set forth in this report. And I believe that best practices is a term of art in this context.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'm going to second that motion for the sake of discussion again.
Okay, so we have a motion by Himmerich, seconded by Councilmember Hara, and request to speak from Councilmember Davis.
So a couple of things. I'm wondering, the motion was specifically listed to use of force policies. And in my conversation with Mr. Brown, he obviously suggested that their committee thought that there needed to be a look at a broader range of policies at the police department. And so I'm wondering if it would be a friendly amendment to look at, to modify the motion to say use of force and other policies. I mean, obviously there are some administrative policies that we don't really have to focus on, but it seems to me there are some policies that the committee suggested should also be reviewed that were not specifically labeled use of force policies.
I do think that's right, and I talked to Mr. Brown too, and I understand that this is a really difficult and thorny area. So the use of force policy and how those come out. So yes, that's fine.
And is that friendly with a seconder?
That's friendly with the second, but I also would like for us to think about this, okay? In reviewing these use of force policies and in reviewing anything that can possibly make it better, I also want us to think about what it is that we are going to be doing. If we take away certain things from our police department, what is that going to leave in place? So I want us to be very, very cautious about that, okay? So please know that I'm not trying to say that I want us to leave, any enforcement of that they're doing, that we think is wrong, but I want us to be very, very cautious of what it is that we're going to leave them with. If we take certain things away, what is that going to leave in place? So I want us to be very, very thoughtful about that. So in doing that, evaluating these policies, I want to be very, very cautious as well.
Councilmember Hara, we all, I believe, got an email from a sergeant in our police department who's involved with the training on some of this, who I thought made some very good points about the caution you're talking about. That, you know, we have to remember not everybody that police interact with is friendly or innocent, and some are actually quite heavily armed. And it would be improper and irresponsible of us to send city employees out without sufficient ability to deal with our potentially very violent situations. I saw the city manager had her hand up, and maybe she wanted to follow up on that caution.
Yes, I want to, follow up again. The committee has done extraordinarily good work in producing an appendix that is some 15 pages long. If your direction is that you want us to review that and to work to implement the recommendations there, consistent with the legal guidance of our city attorney, and bringing and stating transparently any piece of this that we are not implementing, we can do that. We have transparency here. This report is a public record, so you can compare what we do to this report. But we do need to do legal review on these recommendations, and we do need to do operational review and allow the police department to weigh in. And that's not to say that they can change the direction of this, but this is very substantial work. So we need your motion to give us the discretion to be able to look at this carefully and implement it appropriately, knowing that you will have something to transparently compare what we do to. It will be open and available to the public what the differences are.
So is all that working for the maker of the motion?
And that was my intent. And I actually didn't intend you to be a solo operator. And I believe that Mr. Brown, who has worked with these issues, as you know, extensively, right, is willing to work. So I've envisioned it as a smaller group working on the actual policies, but with the assistance of people on the committee, honestly.
And also, in the context of this motion, let's not forget back on June 5th, this council voted unanimously to ask staff to examine and evaluate the 8 can't wait guidelines, which are also use of force guidelines for police departments. Right. So there's a lot to work from here. We just need to make sure we make a motion that gets that work started.
Right, but that is my intent anyway. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well then, so I'm seeing nods of yes from the seconder of the motion. Are we ready to vote on this?
Council, I do need to be clear here. For example, your city attorney can't provide legal advice to a member of the public. So we can take this. The committee has done really extensive work, but we do need to have a staff process to implement this. We can consult, but we need some staff time to absorb and implement.
I do understand that, but I do understand that you also have capable, I'm just saying, right, that we can't ignore the capable assistance that's available to us because of this great committee you put together, frankly.
Councilmember McCowan.
I just want to confirm that I understand the goal of this particular motion. It's to basically direct the city manager and staff to review the recommendations, the use of force policy and other recommendations in the committee's report, to then see from those what we can actually do, present those, what we can't do based on your opinion, what we can't do. You'll then explain why, and that's what will ultimately come back to us. Am I clear that that's what's happening here?
I believe you are. City manager, city attorney, maker of the motion. Anybody disagree? No, I don't see any disagree.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. because, and one of the reasons I ask is in the recommendations, it talks about banning chokeholds and other things that I think we already are doing. And so there are some redundancies, right? And so I just want to make sure that what they recommended, we're going to be able to sort of see piece by piece, as opposed to kind of how it was presented in the current staff report.
The police department has all sorts of good policies in place.
Right. Okay.
Like, we're not accusing them of, being a rogue agency, but there are recommendations for improving those policies, and we want to explore those and implement them where possible.
So,
right.
Again, this is George, but so I'm sure that I understand what we will undoubtedly be tasked with doing, which is a review of not only the use of force policies, but other policies, taking into account the recommendations from the report, and potentially taking into account additional consultation with the members of the committee to receive any additional information, or receiving information. And I see the city manager shaking her head, so I'll let her go there.
I believe the other policies are already to be reviewed by the commission that you're hoping to have in place 90 days. So can we take out the other policies so that, as I told you when I took this role, I'm trying to get us to a place where we can actually produce what you ask us for. And I think if we can limit it to take the recommendations of the committee, implement to the extent possible, and be prepared to explain where you did not implement.
Yes, that was my intent. And the other policies are fine, but I can ditch them if that's important to you.
To clarify, the use of force policies are so important. We need to specify them and move them through this motion. There are other policies we will look at, but they're not as urgent as I think by adding the other policies in, we risk then slowing down the process on the use of force policy. So I see agreement from the maker. Is that okay with the seconder of the motion?
Yes, so we're only, this motion is strictly only for the review of the policies of the force. Am I correct? Is this for? Okay, thank you. Then that's good.
I was about to see if we could go to a vote, but I see now that Councilmember Davis' comment.
Yeah, so I was the one who mentioned the other policies. I just want to make it clear then that when the ordinance comes back with us for the creation of the new commission, that it does give that commission the authority to look at other policies, because the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee listed a number of other policies that it thought it was important to look at beyond use of force. And while I don't want to bog down the revision of the use of force policies, I also don't want those to get lost in the shuffle, that we go off and do other work and then we forget to look at things like, the duty to intervene, requiring medical aid to be provided, establishing a more robust and transparent process for intake and public reporting of complaints, those sorts of things, which the committee also mentioned. So as long as we all understand that when the ordinance comes back, those other policies and the ability to look at them and revise them will be part of the commission's authority, I guess I'll give up on the other policies for now. But I think those are very important as well. And I agree use of force is primary, but I think the others are also very important.
Well, so what if we make a separate motion on the other policies, but do this on the use of force? Are you okay with that? I'm willing to make the motion.
Well, that still gives staff double the workload in the short term. I think the hope here is that in the short term, we immediately deal with use of force policy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I think as long as we have that understanding, it's on the legislative record, and if staff nods appreciatively, and just know that if that isn't specifically somehow authorized when the ordinance comes back, I and others may make an issue of it.
The chief has turned her camera on. That tells me she may want to say something.
Yes, if I'm allowed to interject here, Councilmember Davis, duty to intercede, and some of the things that you talked about are contained in our use of force policy. They are subsections within the use of force policy. So I get the review that you're looking for with that policy section.
Yay.
That was helpful.
I think we're good. Let us see if we can go for a roll call vote.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that motion passes by a unanimous 7-0 vote of the City Council. And now the next thing that was on the mayor's agenda, suggested motion, has to do with police department training. And the training plan that was in the committee report is somewhat different from what was in the staff recommendation. But they also both included the incorporation of LA County Department of Mental Health personnel so that we're better able and more appropriately able to deal with situations that really don't need police force. They need trained medical health assistants. So, Council, how do you want to handle this one?
I'll move the recommendations of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee relating to training, as those are laid out, I think, on page 18 and 19 of their report.
Second.
And does that include anything about the mental health resource?
I'm just trying to look and see.
We can do separate motions if we need to.
Yeah, it doesn't specifically talk about getting mental health resources from the county. It's more specific to the kind of training that the police officers will get.
Deal with the training, since that is spelled out in the committee report. Then we can also do a motion to direct staff to the addition of LA County Department of Mental Health resources as a separate motion. So for the moment, your motion is to direct staff to develop a training schedule based on the committee report.
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a second for that?
I seconded it, didn't I?
You did, okay.
I did.
Any comments on this one? We'll take a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Lane.
Oh.
We're gonna,
Yes,
hold on, stop the machine.
I'm jumping in here, Council. So the reason for the change in the recommendations is this specifically says police must partake in the following, I believe, 8 training sessions twice a year. I don't know if those training sessions exist. I don't know how much they cost. And that was the reason for the staff report, which was to say develop a regular training schedule focused on equitable, inclusive policing, make information about that training available on the website, and then you are creating a commission that can continue to look at these issues. So just realize that moving forward with the staff report, with the committee report, I don't know how much it costs. I don't know how much time it takes. I don't know whether the training exists. Whereas the staff recommendation was intended to require development of a training schedule and make that transparent. And then you are creating a commission which could continue to tweak that based on these reports, which again, or these recommendations, which again are now public and part of the public record.
City Manager Deal, if the motion said to develop a training schedule based on the recommendations in the committee report, would that allow you the flexibility to evaluate costs and availability?
That would be much better. Thank you, Mayor.
Would that be okay with the seconder?
That is fine with me.
And the seconder on that was Councilmember Davis, I believe?
No, I made Rich seconded, and I said the city manager suggested modification was fine with me.
Okay, so both the maker and the seconder are fine with this. And we're ready to go to a roll call vote.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, the Direction for Development Training Program is passed unanimously by the City Council 7-0. The next major issue we were asked to have a motion on has to do with dispatch. And there are several different recommendations made on how this could be done, but the intent is to identify the real need for what should be sent out on a call. There are some things that are in the committee report. There are some things that are in the staff recommendation. The staff has a program from Eugene, Oregon called Cahoots as a model. Does anybody on the council have a motion that would take care of this issue?
We're not.
By default, we could just go with the motion.
I'll move the staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Did somebody just make that motion?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, so here I'll read the full staff recommended motion. It's a call for a motion to direct staff to review proposed recommendations for alternate dispatch approaches and return with a proposal to A, direct the public to an easy to identify non-emergency line, B, reduce the number of minor calls serviced by sworn officers and refer them instead to alternative response personnel, and C, explore third-party partnerships to implement crisis intervention teams similar to those employed in the Eugene, Oregon Cahoots program. So is that the motion that's been made by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Winter?
That's right.
That's before us. I see no discussion. We'll do a roll call vote on that.
Well, I want to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Winter.
I just want to confirm that I think this is a great idea. Clearly, there would be some costs involved, whether it's creating a 311 system or training dispatch differently. So I just think we, when we do this, have to acknowledge this, that there are costs. At this point, unknown.
Well, we're directing staff to review proposed recommendations, return with a proposal. So it's been experienced that when staff returns with a proposal, they always append a price tag.
I realize that. I just want to point that out. That's all.
Okay. No further discussion. Roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that passes 7-0, unanimous of the City Council. The next motion that was suggested should be a pretty easy one. It is to direct staff to increase the number of officers assigned as neighborhood resource officers from 4 to 8. Anybody want to make that motion?
I will move that motion.
I'm sorry. I think Councilmember Winter raised his hand to make the motion, and Councilmember Hara raised his hand to second.
I had a question at one point earlier. We said we were going to table for a different motion the idea of trying to enlist more county mental health providers to augment the services that are currently provided. I don't think we addressed that, did we?
I think you're right. We probably should go back to that. Would you like to make a motion to do that?
Well, I'd like to first get some clarification from the city manager that is, yet again, trying to be mindful of our budget, is when we get help from county mental health in these situations, do we pay for their people, or is that a service they provide as part of their budget?
I'm going to turn to Chief Renaud if she's available, but my understanding is that we request a resource which they pay for, and we then assign an officer to work with that resource.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Well, in that case, I will make a motion that we direct staff to explore expanding the mental health services currently provided, I believe, 5 days a week and not in the evenings, to see if we can cover a weekend and evening hours, because I feel strongly about mental health. It's an ignored issue in this country, and it's something we really need to start addressing better. And so, short motion is direct staff to explore bringing in more county mental health workers to work with the PD.
I'll second that motion by Councilmember Winter, and I want to thank him for reminding us to go back and deal with this, because there's a lot on the table here, and frankly, I'd missed that one. So, been made by Winter, second by Mayor McKeown. Any further comment on this motion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCown?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, that motion passes unanimously, 7-0. Now, what I thought was going to be the easy one, a motion to direct staff to increase the number of officers assigned as neighborhood resource officers from 4 to 8.
Sure moves.
I'm sorry, who moved? Winterer.
Winterer.
Himmelrich seconds.
All right, so we have a motion by Winter and a second by Himmelrich. We have discussion on this one, which I think already came up in questions before. I see none, but I don't see all of our council members. Anybody seen Councilmember Hara lately? Well, let's hope she's back in for the roll call.
I'm still on the presenter list.
No, she is. She's showing it.
Oh, I see her.
There you are.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Ready for a roll call?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter? Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan? Councilmember McCowan?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, and so that motion to go from 4 to 8 NROs passes unanimously, 7-0 the City Council. The last recommended motion, this one may take us a little bit longer. It's a motion to direct staff to take steps through the budget process to achieve a more balanced investment of city resources across all departments that are responsible for providing direct services to provide community well-being. We've heard a number of opinions on that tonight. How would the council like to handle this one? Some of you have asked about specific dollar figures.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I kept on getting in and out. Can you rephrase, please?
We're being asked to deal with the budget issue, the police budget. We've heard a lot of different opinions about that tonight. The recommended motion from staff is that we direct staff to take steps through the budget process to achieve a more balanced investment of city resources across all departments responsible for providing direct services that provide community well-being. Now, if that motion is fine with everybody, somebody make it and we can vote on it. If you have some more specifics, now's the time.
Well, how does this relate, Kevin, to the $8 million? I mean, isn't this the same subject?
It's the same subject. It's a different phrasing of what the motion could be. A motion could be cut $8 million and whatever that results in, let it happen. A motion could be move toward a cut on the order of $8 million, but inform the council along the way of what the repercussions would be and what police services would be lost if we were to do that. There's a whole range of motions that could be made. I'm offering this as a starting point in hopes that somebody has a motion they'd actually like to argue for. And I see Councilmember Winter has his hand up.
Well, I don't have a motion yet, but I think there has to be a happy medium between the two. I think we've already discussed that some of the things where we want to move forward, the dispatch, for instance, will come at a cost. We don't quite have a handle right now on whether or not our budget projections were on the mark or not. We were reminded earlier this evening that our budget projections were based on the assumption that the shutdown of everything would end June 30th. Clearly, there's still plenty shut down. We don't know what the impact on city revenues are. So I'm a little hesitant to jumping into directing, $8 million of cuts. As Councilmember Cowan noted, we don't know where they would come from. We did authorize a civilian oversight commission that we gave the authority to make budget recommendations to the council. So I think maybe we ought to head in the direction of trying to get some more input on what budget changes might be advisable and where they would come from and where they would go. We heard that we could put money in the libraries right now, but they're not allowed to be open, for instance, right? So it's sort of a complex task. I think we also need to acknowledge that, it wasn't too long ago that most people in the city were upset about the crime rate, and the PD has done a good job of reducing the crime rate in the last year. So we don't want to have the unintended consequence of taking away people power that they might need to continue to reduce crime. So I think it's sort of complex, and we're being presented with, which I think is a well-reasoned analysis of the budget, but I don't think it goes deep enough from the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee. So I would suggest that we move the staff recommendation, let me just say, with the addendum that the Civilian Oversight Commission come back to us with, a more detailed set of budget proposals that gives us more of an idea of what we're getting into.
So that would be a motion to direct staff to take steps through the budget process with advisement from the commission on how to achieve a more balanced investment of city resources among all that are considered public service.
I'm a little concerned that it's not nuanced enough as currently proposed by the advisory committee.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'm going to go ahead and second that motion, also for the sake of discussion.
Okay. Well, I didn't say any discussion, so what did you want to say? Okay, now I do, but Councilmember Hart, did you want to say something about the motion? Or just discussion?
No, I just want to open it up for discussion, and then I'll.
Okay, we'll go to Councilmember Rich and then Councilmember Davis.
I hate to ignore what this commission, what this committee came up with. Could we? I wonder if we can say with an eye towards reallocating 5 to 10 million. How about that? $5 to $10 million from core police functions to social service.
Well, again, I'm loath, given we don't know what our revenues and expenditures are, to start putting a dollar number that we're locked into. Not, we could see a second wave of the pandemic this fall, or precipitous decline in revenues. We might have to take some action to cut the PD budget just to balance the budget without having the money to put someplace else. I think these are uncertain times. I am all in favor of the idea of taking a hard look at the PD budget and seeing if there's ways to divest and reinvest. I think that's a great idea. I just concerned about hammering out specifics this evening. That's all. But, make a substitute motion if you want otherwise. I'm just expressing my concern that, we're rushing into it.
I hear you. But I guess what I'm saying is that, look, we could do $1. We could do, I think we should keep the PSRAC goal in mind. Right.
Well, that's why I said to in concert with their recommendations for an analysis of that.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I'm contemplating whether I need a substitute motion or not, because I am somewhat concerned, and I recognize Councilmember Winter's issue about we don't know what the budget is going to look like, and we don't know whether we're going to have enough money to even fund things at their current level, much less invest, in new programs. But I think that one of the things this committee really was asking us to do was rethink public safety and not think that public safety resided solely in the police department budget. And I don't want to have that be interpreted as saying I don't think the police do a good job. I think our police are great, that we brought down crime in double digits. They, clearly, set a high bar for the way they act. But, I was one of the people when we were approaching the budget cuts due to the coronavirus, and even before that said, for me, public safety had to be sort of foundational, that we should try and not make cuts to public safety. And what this whole process and these subsequent months have taught me is that public safety isn't just the police budget. Public safety are other budgets within the city. And so that's my concern, is that this is focused on, I know it's a nuance and I understand where it's coming from, but I just think that I would like to see, and I'm just trying to wrestle and think at the same time and not doing a very good job of either, that say that we want to look at the public safety budget, but public safety being broadly defined as including things like our libraries, social service programs, youth programs, because those really are. This committee, much to my delight, talked a lot about well-being being the fundamental touchstone that we need to look at. And if we think that public safety budgeting is all about the police, that's exactly what this committee asked us not to do. So I guess that's what I'm wrestling with. So I'm fine with leaving it to the commission that we're going to appoint to make some recommendations, but I want to make sure that they're given sufficient latitude that when they think about, how do we pay for public safety, that it isn't all about, okay, this is the money that goes into the police department. Because I think one of the things that we're being asked to do, and I think we should do, is broaden our definition of public safety expenditures. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I'm trying to work within the motion, but I want to make it clear that, when we ask staff to go look at the public safety budget, that we're really talking about something that's much broader than the police budget and might require taking resources from one pot and putting them in another.
Yeah, and I completely agree.
Hang on a moment, okay? Because we're repeating ourselves a bit here and it's getting late. Councilmember Winter, could you restate the motion, given your understanding of the concern that Councilmember Davis had, so that maybe we don't need a substitute motion?
Yeah, okay, so the staff recommendation is take steps through the budget process to achieve a more balanced investment of city resources across all departments responsible for providing direct services to promote community well-being. And I think you could substitute for community well-being public safety in different spheres rather than just PD work, right? And I added to that that process should be informed by recommendations by the Civilian Oversight Commission and by the work of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Commission.
Okay, so that appears to take care of Councilmember Davis's concern. So we have a motion by Winter, a second by Hara, and I see no further requests for comments. So we'll take it to a roll call.
I'd like to hear what other people have to say. I'm just trying to get us to something that I think is workable.
Let's hope what they're going to say is aye.
So I think that one of the things that I was thinking as in hearing Councilmember Davis was, the interdisciplinary responses. That is also part of our budget, right? So that's, I think, something that we can think of as well to be included in there. And what about looking or into a grant for our mental crisis intervention programs? I know that it's probably something that we can give direction to staff after we have this, after we vote on this particular one. But that's, I'm just trying to figure out other ways of us getting additional funding.
Councilmember Hara, that's, I believe, incorporated into the motion you've already seconded. We're talking about other services that promote community well-being and community safety. So I think to be that specific on something that we're asking staff and the commission and the committee to work on might be more than we need to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any further comment on this motion and second? If not, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Cowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, and once again, the council is unanimous, a 7-0 vote that passes that motion. And now maybe the most challenging part, it's the motions that aren't on the paper. Now, the motions that were suggested were based on the staff recommendation. We had some things that were in the committee report that were not in the staff recommendation. Are there any motions any council members would like to float having to do with things that we haven't already talked about? Or perhaps we've incorporated them all into the motions that have been made and passed. I want to give people a chance to think about that before we include this item.
So, Mayor,
Hara.
one of the things that I'm hoping that we don't move forward with, one of the recommendations from the committee is having a police substation. I think that, our community worked really hard, and I have to thank the police department for working with us in order for us to make our the Pico neighborhood much safer, and for them to talk with us and for them to walk with us and try to know, what was best needed here in the community. And I think that we worked really hard not to have that substation here, and I'm hoping that we don't get it back again. I truly feel that the work that we put together in collaboration with them has saved so many of our youths, has made, the Virginia Avenue Park such a, as I stated before to all of you, has made it the heart of our city and the hub of our neighborhood. And I wouldn't want to take any steps back. I know that the committee is giving us a lot to think about and a lot for us to move on, but know that we have taken so many steps, and it's taking us over 20 years to get here. I'm hoping that it's not going to take us 20 more in order for us to ensure that we secure the rest of our city and engage the rest of our city in order to have a better outcome. So that's just wanted to say that was just one of the things that I'm hoping that we don't, one of the recommendations that we don't move forward with.
Well, okay, then don't make that motion.
Okay, thank you.
That's not part of any of the directions we've given so far. Is there any further direction or motion? Councilmember Davis.
I was going to make includes the specific recommendation about the police substation in Virginia Avenue Park, which I'm happy to take out. But I wanted to move the Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee's recommendations. And again, just considering them by staff, because I know we've already had this discussion that some of this can be done, some may be longer term due to financial pressures. But the community engagement recommendations that are found on page 19, 20, and 21 of the committee's reports, it does make specific reference to neighborhood substations, including the one at Virginia Avenue Park. I would remove that, given Councilmember Hara's comments. But it also includes, for example, the discussion of having a substation in downtown, which I think if you talk to the people in downtown Santa Monica, they would very much like. And again, these are looking at these recommendations and considering whether or not they're doable. But I think that they are all designed, to talk about having what I think the committee wisely called courageous conversations, but about community outreach and really continuing to build those relationships. So I would move that portion of the Public Safety Reform Advisory Commission report.
In what way is that being moved? Because, we're talking here about adding substations. At the same time, we're talking about reducing the amount of money we assign to the police budget. So they may be moves.
Well, some of this is, and I take Councilmember Winter's previous comments to heart. We're not saying go out and spend $10 million here and take $8 million away there. I don't think we've given that. But I think there are some recommendations there that are worthy of being funded and some other ones that, are maybe longer term aspirations. But it talks, for example, about things like doing implicit bias training throughout the entire community and not just within the police department or city staff, which I really think is key. I'm just going to be honest and say, I know in one of the neighborhoods where I live, people used to call the police because there were people of color sitting in cars on their street. Okay. That's not okay. So, I think some of these are just having tours of the police department. That's what I think.
Councilmember Davis, I'm not arguing with you about the validity of these issues. I'm looking for how the motion is phrased so that staff is directed to explore or evaluate, not necessarily without any further investigation to implement. That's what I'm looking for.
That's right. And I thought I used that they would, consider adopting, but yes, explore or consider, and working again with the committee that we're ultimately going to appoint. To decide, whether any or all of the recommendations in the community engagement portion of the report are feasible and advisable.
Okay, so that is a motion. Is there a second?
Lane has her hand up.
Okay, well, I just wanted to get a second before we got into that discussion. So now that we have a motion and a second by Councilmember McGowan, Interim City Manager Dilk, what is your concern? I can imagine we're asking you to do a lot of stuff here.
I can wait until after this motion, but I do need to speak to the council at some point, if that's okay.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on that? Seeing none, it's a direction, but we still have to take a roll call vote because we're in a teleconference.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that direction is given by unanimous vote of the City Council 7-0. And Ms. Dilg, I imagine we have filled your task bin and you want to let us know that it is overflowing.
Yes, so Council, I do want to address, as always, I will protect the city staff, and there are good reasons for that, because you do not want your entire organization suffering from burnout, and you do want people to come back having achieved and accomplished the things you have set us out to do. And so with that, I want to be clear, we put an extraordinary amount of time into creating and running this committee over the past couple of months. And we did that for precisely this reason. We believed community engagement was the most important first step, and we believed we needed to do it for real and in a meaningful way. And I think you have affirmed tonight that you believe that was a strong and positive process. At this point, we do need time to now take your direction and implement it. So we need to come back to you with an ordinance to create a commission. We need to look at the use of force policies, and we need to review the report more broadly, as well as the direction you've given us. With that, I just want to be sure that we're setting expectations appropriately, that while we can consult with members of the committee, we cannot meet weekly with the committee while we are doing this work. The police department also needs to be doing their work throughout the community and the community engagement that you're saying quite clearly you want them to do. So while we will check in, we will bring these items back to you. I also want to be clear that you have a process. I just want to say this again. We have the report. The report is transparent. It's part of the public record. So we can consult at times with the members of the committee, but now we need to do the work to implement this within the city organization. We don't just do policy. I actually run an organization. And as you have pointed out, these things cost money. They require staff time. They require reallocating resources in ways. We need time to do that. And they require legal work from your very busy city attorney's office. So you have given very, very strong direction tonight. And what we would like is to have some time to implement that, consulting with the existing committee some, but not continuing to run the committee process in the high intensity way we have before. I think they will also be pleased. They have been spending an extraordinary amount of time, and we will come back to you with these items, and we will work very hard to bring them to you in a form. And again, you can look at them against the report, and we will provide the comparisons at that point.
With that reasonable admonition, City Council, are we done with item 8A tonight? Councilmember Hara.
I just have a clarification question, Mayor. When we added our youth to be a part of this commission, we are granting them voting rights, correct? Not only advisory?
That'll be determined by the council when the ordinance comes back to us.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will close item 8A, which has been a substantive milestone, I think, in Santa Monica policy. And we'll move on to item 13A.
Item 13A is the annual appointments to the boards and commissions for the terms ending June 30th, 2024. And there's one for 2025. So, Council, I want to start off, we'll start off with the Airport Commission. There is
City Clerk, are there any people who wish to speak on item 13A? Just so we
I'm sorry. I believe we do have one caller.
Since we don't know which appointment that caller might be calling about, we probably should go ahead and hear from the public before we get into making the appointment. So let's open the public hearing and see who it is who wants to speak to us.
Okay, staff is in the process of transferring those calls or that call in.
And this would have to do with the Airport Commission, the Architectural Review Board, the Arts Commission, the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission, Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., the Landmarks Commission, Personnel Board, Planning Commission, Recreation and Parks Commission, and the Santa Monica Library Board, which are all part of item 13A.
Okay, and we're ready for the caller.
Transferring Janine Jackson.
Janine Jackson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening again. This is Janine Jackson, and I'm calling on behalf of the Arts Commission. And I hope that you take in consideration Ms. Rocio Garcia and Ms. Angela Scott. Rocio Garcia has extensive experience in working with 18th Street Art Center and culture mapping, and I think that she would make a really great addition to the Arts Commission. And also Ms. Angela Scott. Her background is a little bit different than most arts commissioners. However, I think that with her insight and along with her experience with activism, again, would make a perfect addition to the Arts Commission. In addition to that, Mayor, you mentioned about being inclusive, and I would love it if the council tonight would invite them to be part of the Arts Commission to continue to make it a diverse commission. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Well, thank you so much for waiting so long to get to speak to that item. Is there anybody else on the phone before we close the public hearing?
Nope, we only had the one caller.
All right, then. The public hearing on item 13A is now closed. We have before us a series of appointments, and I'll let the clerk call them one at a time.
Okay, first we have the Airport Commission. It's one appointment, and the term ends June 30th, 2024. And I will now accept nominations.
Well, we have a request to continue to serve from Layla Rubin, who is an incumbent. She has served 2 terms. She would require 5 votes, but I will nominate her for reappointment.
Are there any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Bruce. What is his name?
Malarkey.
Malarkey.
So just to be clear, we have 2 seeking reappointment and 1 open. Is that what we're doing?
No, there's only one. There's one seeking reappointment. There's only 1 seat.
Ms. Rubin has served and wants to continue to serve. Mr. Malarkey would be new.
Oh, got it. Mm-hmm.
So there are 2 nominations. There are no further. The clerk would call, and for Councilmember McCowan, who's doing this for the first time, instead of yes or no, you respond with the name of the candidate that you support.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan? So it's either Malarkey or Rubin.
Malarkey.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Malarkey.
Councilmember Davis?
Rubin?
Councilmember Winter?
Malarkey.
Councilmember Hara?
Malarkey.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Malarkey.
And Mayor McKeown.
Since it's clear that Rubin can't get 5 votes, Malarkey.
And I'll change my vote to also be for Malarkey, so it's unanimous.
Okay.
Congratulations, Mr. Malarkey.
Okay, next we have the Architectural Review Board, and we have 2 seats available. We have 2 incumbents who are interested in being reappointed.
Are they
Mayor,
both 1 term or 2-term incumbents? Sorry, I'll look.
Mayor, I'll move we reappoint the 2 incumbents, Craig Hamilton and Barbara Kaplan, by acclamation.
They're both 1-term incumbents who would require only the usual 4 votes.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Yep. Acclamation?
I don't see anybody else. Oh, Councilmember Himmel, you have another candidate?
No, I'm saying acclamation. Let's go home.
I'm sorry, I still need you guys talking.
Can't do acclamation, can we?
I still have to do it, yeah, okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So the 2 incumbents are returned. Congratulations.
Next, we have 4 seats available for the Arts Commission. And we have 2 incumbents, Michael Baroff and Lori Yeha, who are seeking reappointment.
Mayor?
We need the 2 incumbents for reappointment to get us started.
Second.
And I guess that would be an up or down yes or no, and then we'll come back to the other 2 seats.
Yes, okay. So Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, so Mr. Baroff and Ms. Yahia are reappointed by unanimous vote. Now we have 2 more seats for which nominations would be open.
I'd like
I
to
nominate Horacio Garcia.
Can we all say that at the same time?
Yes.
So Garcia is nominated for one of the 2 seats. Are there any more nominations? There is a second seat.
Okay, well then I guess I'd like to nominate Miss Angela Scott. We can both put them forward. So
So there are 2 nominations for 2 seats.
Mhm.
That looks like it, but we do need to affirm it by roll call.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan?
Yes, to both.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes,
To both?
to both.
Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Yes to both.
Councilmember Winter?
Both to yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes, to both.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes and yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes to both. So Rocio Garcia and Angela Scott are appointed to the Arts Commission. Congratulations.
Okay, next we have the Building and Fire Life Safety. There's 4 seats available. And we have the same issue that we always run up against, is that we have these specific qualifications and we don't necessarily have applicants for them. So there's 4 seats available. We only have 1 incumbent who is interested in being reappointed.
So
And that
Mayor,
is Charles Whitaker.
Mayor, how move we reappoint Charles Whitaker to the civil engineer seat, appoint Blair Calderhead to the contractor seat, and direct the city clerk to continue her efforts to find us a licensed fire protection engineer and certified access specialist, since we have no applicants from those 2 categories.
That motion's been made. I see no other motion, but I'll second it so we have a motion. So this would be the appointment of 2, those being Whitaker and Calderhead. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
So are we giving names or are we giving yeses up or down?
So there's 2. So there's Blair Calderhead and Charles Whitaker. And they filled two of the qualifications.
Right, yes. To both.
Okay. Councilmember Hara?
Yes, to both.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes and yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes and yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes to both.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan?
Yes to both.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes to both. So Blair Calderhead and Charles Whitaker are appointed to the Building and Fire Life Safety Commission.
Next we have Downtown Santa Monica. There's 3 seats available. And I'm sorry.
Before we go forward, I just want to note something that I think is very encouraging. For the last several years, every time we've done these boards and commission appointments, we've had to either scold somebody or remove them from the list for not having completed the required ethics training. And this time, for the first time I remember, every single incumbent has finished that training. So I just want to thank all the incumbents. I want to thank the city clerk, because I know that she worked very hard to get them to fulfill that mandatory requirement. So thank you.
And I'll add the attendance records were pretty good too.
Mm-hmm.
Good work, Denise.
We're whipping them into shape.
They're scared of you, Denise.
No, it's my staff. Okay, so next we have Downtown Santa Monica, and there's 3 seats available, and Barry Snell is the only incumbent who is eligible and is seeking reappointment.
I move to reappoint Barry. Yeah,
that was pretty easy.
Okay.
Let's do that by roll call.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. Barry Snell reappointed to the Downtown Santa Monica Inc. Board.
I move Peter. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I would say Erica Leslie.
And who said that? Is that Sue?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
We're going
Green.
to do these 2 seats separately because there's a large field here.
How many?
There are 2 seats we can fill. So far, we have 1 appointment for the first of the 2 seats.
So did you say Trin Gleam? I heard you right. So I say Leslie and Trin. How about that?
So it's a
No,
motion.
I'd like to vote on them separately, please.
Okay.
I actually would like to move Pam O'Connor.
So we have nominations for Erica Leslie and Pam O'Connor.
No, and Peter Trin.
Oh, and Peter. Okay.
So who nominated Peter? Was that you, Gleam?
I did. Gleam.
Okay. Are we ready?
Well, as ready as we can be. It's hard to get 4 votes with 3
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Trin.
Councilmember Hara,
O'Connor,
Councilmember Winter,
Trin.
Councilmember Davis,
Trin.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Leslie.
Councilmember Cowan,
Trin.
and Mayor McKeown.
Trin. So Peter Trin is appointed to one of the 2 seats for downtown Santa Monica, which leaves 1 seat open. Are there nominations?
Leslie.
Leslie and Leslie have been nominated.
Okay.
Pam O'Connor.
Okay, so Leslie and O'Connor have been nominated. Let's try a roll call.
Councilmember McCowan,
Leslie. Sorry, Leslie. Yeah.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. I know this is out of order. Sorry.
All right, O'Connor.
Councilmember Davis,
O'Connor.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Leslie.
Councilmember Hara,
Leslie.
Councilmember Winter,
Leslie.
and Mayor McKeown.
Leslie. So Erica Leslie is appointed to the downtown.
I'll change my vote to Leslie.
Pardon me?
Okay.
I'll change my vote to Leslie.
Okay.
With that.
And you have mine too, Denise, yeah?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Erica Leslie is appointed unanimously.
Oh, and the one before I'll change to Trin.
Okay.
So that can be unanimous.
Okay. Okay, next we have the Landmarks Commission. There are 2 available, and we have Richard Brand, who is seeking reappointment.
I nominate Richard Brand for reappointment.
Let's take a vote on that one.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Brand?
Just a yes or no on this one. Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
No,
Did you say no?
I did.
Okay. Councilmember McCowan
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So Richard Brand is reappointed to the Landmarks Commission, leaving 1 open seat.
I'll nominate Jody Summers.
Any other nominations? Okay. Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes. Congratulations, Jody Summers, newly appointed to the Landmarks Commission.
Okay. Next we have Personnel Board, and there's only 1 person, and it's Joy Abbott, and she wants to be reappointed.
Let's
So
do
moved. This is a tough one.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Councilmember
teleconference is a roll call.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes.
Okay, next.
No suspense, but Joy Abbott is reappointed to the Personnel.
Okay, next we have the Planning Commission. We have 2 vacancies. We have Leslie Lambert and Richard McKinnon, who are currently members and they're seeking reappointment.
I nominate Leslie Lambert.
I'll second.
So that'll be for one of the 2 seats. Leslie Lambert has been nominated.
I'll nominate Richard McKinnon.
Okay.
And I'll nominate Ellis Raskin.
But we're only voting for 1 seat. Now I'm confused.
Yes.
Yeah, there are 2 seats to be had. These are nominations for one of the 2 seats. So far for the seat, we've had nominated Lambert, McKinnon, and Raskin. And of course, I have to remind you all, it takes 4 votes to reappoint somebody. So we may go through this a few times, but that's the way it works.
But McKinnon is on his 3rd term, so we need 5 votes, right?
He would?
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay, I'm going to start. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Lambert.
Councilmember Hara.
Lambert.
Councilmember Winter.
McKinnon.
Councilmember Davis.
Lambert.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Raskin.
Councilmember McCowan.
Lambert.
And Mayor McKeown.
Lambert. So Leslie Lambert is reappointed. That leaves 1 seat.
And I'll change my vote for Lambert for this seat.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now for the 2nd seat nominations.
I'll nominate Richard McKinnon.
I'll nominate Ellis Raskin.
And we'll go to a roll call.
Councilmember McCowan.
McKinnon.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Raskin.
Councilmember Davis.
McKinnon.
Councilmember Winter.
McKinnon.
Councilmember Hara.
Raskin.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
McKinnon.
And then Mayor McKeown.
Raskin. So neither candidate receives the number of votes needed, and we'll try again.
Raskin.
Second.
Okay.
Carl Hansen.
I'm sorry.
Carl Hansen.
Oh. Okay, so just a FYI, if Carl Hansen is appointed, he currently is serving on the Housing Commission, and he will have to resign from the Housing Commission, just to let you know. Okay, any other nominations? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Hansen.
Councilmember Hara.
Raskin.
Councilmember Winter.
Raskin.
Councilmember Davis.
Raskin.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Raskin.
Councilmember McCowan.
Raskin.
And Mayor McKeown.
Raskin. So congratulations, Ellis Raskin, our newest planning commissioner.
And you can change my vote to Raskin. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next we have the Rec and Park. There are 3 vacancies, and we have Marcy Kaplan and Marianne LaGuardia, who are incumbents.
I move Kaplan and LaGuardia.
Mayor, can I go back and ask a question?
Sure, let's hold everything and get the question.
So just whether procedurally you've ever done this before, we do have the Planning Commission in the midst of 2 nights of hearings on a project. Would it make any sense to delay the new appointments to the Planning Commission until after Wednesday night, and can we do that?
I don't see why we couldn't do that. And if we made the appointment effective October 1st, at the beginning of the month, that would allow the existing Planning Commission to complete its deliberation on an item that they've already heard from the public on. And I think that that would make sense. Does the city attorney know of any reason why we could not make an appointment effective on a date certain?
No, I do not, although I will ask Denise, when do their terms expire?
Their terms have already expired, so they're serving until the next person is sworn in. So I agree with, yeah, they can wait.
And yes, you can then appoint them effective as of October 1st.
So I will make that motion. We make the planning commission appointments effective October 1st.
I will second that. It makes all the procedural sense in the world.
Yes.
Do a roll call vote on that motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes.
Okay.
So the planning commission appointment, I guess both of them will take effect on October 1st.
October 1st, yes. Okay, so for the Rec and Park, Councilmember Himmerich nominated Marcy Kaplan and Marianne LaGuardia for reappointment.
Right, and there are 3 openings,
Yes.
and Wagga Baza. Arati, Desai, Wagga Baza. Wagga Baza. How'd I do with that, Ted?
So before we do that, can we do the 2 reappointments first?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So this is for Kaplan and for LaGuardia to be reappointed.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
Yes.
Okay,
Wagga Baza. Next round.
okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Wagabaza?
yes. So you can just say yes. It's the only nomination.
All right.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, we have the library board. It's a vacancy, and we have Lucien. Is that his name?
Lucien.
Yes.
Lucien. So
I call him Lou.
Okay, so Lou is seeking reappointment, and it's one seat.
No moved.
Second.
Any other nominations? No? Okay. Councilmember McGowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes. Congratulations, Lou, on your reappointment.
Okay.
Mr.
And then-
Porzoli.
And then next we're going to move on to 13B, which is the appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Santa Monica Pier Corporation for a term ending December 31st, 2021. And this is to fill Councilmember McCowan's vacant position.
I'll nominate Nicholas Ralston.
Second.
Any other nominations?
You're making it easy, folks.
Oh, no. Okay. Councilmember I'm sorry?
I would like to nominate Liliana Hernandez.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay. Councilmember McCowan,
Ralston.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Hernandez.
Councilmember Davis,
Ralston.
Councilmember Winter,
Ralston.
Councilmember Hara,
Hernandez.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Ralston?
and Mayor McKeown.
Ralston.
And I'll change my Ralston.
Okay.
And you too.
Okay. Okay. Next, we have recommendation to accept Lee Brumberg's resignation from the Commission on Senior Community and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And
Move to accept with regrets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
I don't see any discussion on that, so we can go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember McGowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes. So that resignation is accepted and the clerk is authorized to publish the vacancy. It has been a big agenda and we're not done yet. We have public input yet to come.
Okay, it's public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 3 calls on hold.
So we'll open the public hearing on public input and take those calls.
Okay, and staff is transferring those in right now.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. The Chelsea, the building my affordable housing is in, has new management. I'd say this is a good thing, but the new management is Greystar, the same company that manages AO Apartments, where the units have mold and fiberglass coming out of the walls, as per the environmental inspection I had done, at my expense before the Santa Monica Housing Authority would relocate me due to the conditions of the unit making me sick. And the building still hasn't been remediated yet since 2016. So all this really is one criminal entity hiring another criminal entity to manage their building, which again has no resident manager. And as can be seen by Adam, the temporary manager, placating the tenants by saying he was making a list of all the tenants' concerns to pass along to the new manager. But according to the new manager, she knows nothing about the list. So apparently, by that response, nothing is going to be done anytime soon about the internet reception and transmission dishes that were put on the roof of the building at the end of August 2020, which emits electromagnetic radiation within 400 feet of the dishes per the FCC. Not only making the residential unit subject to radiation that causes cancer 24 hours a day, but making the rooftop area unsafe, taking away an amenity from the affordable housing tenants in the building. Again, showing the lack of quality of buildings with affordable housing in Santa Monica that you continue to cheerlead about. And what do you know? The removed resident manager, William Brown, still lives in the building, probably to continue antagonizing the tenants by his continued presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jonathan Foster.
Jonathan Foster, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster. I wanted to say thank you to Council Member O'Day for being here. I'm sure that there are a few of us that are sleepwalking, probably, along with you guys. And I want to speak again about the Promenade 3.0 and a conversation with Kathleen Rosen and past Pasadena Mayor and past City Manager Rick Cole. And I heard the speakers and the presentation about the 3-tiered systems and, you know, changing the look and who was going to pay for it, what was it going to look like, what was it going to turn into. And I wanted to comment that, there's a lot of, bells and whistles. You can go to Disney, a few places in Anaheim, Universal. There's so many more I can't even name right now. It's a shame I don't know all the names of places that people go and, amuse. When do you ever get to go somewhere and turn it all off? Isn't that what 3rd Street was about? It's like, small town, family place. You could go to a little mall. It was outdoors, kind of close to the ocean. It wasn't the bells and whistles you can get almost everywhere else. Where can you go to maybe shut it off besides maybe a trail up the mountain? So maybe 3rd Street was I know it's got performers and stuff on it, but if you max it out into looking like everything else, where do they go to the uniqueness that could be there? So that's still what I've seen, even though I'm not happy about the freedom of speech issue, but it is a great place. Thanks, Council. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Craig Miller.
Craig Miller, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Well, thank you, and good evening, council members. I'd like to thank Councilmember Ted Winterer for beginning to answer questions in open session of City Council regarding May 31st. That's very much what we have been seeking, and I'm pleased that we've made a start. If I understood the councilman correctly, the mayor and the mayor pro tem would not have weighed in with police leadership during a crisis such as what our city was experiencing on May 31st, because to do so would be a violation of city charter. So that's important for residents to know it. Of course, if that's the case, it does raise the question, wow, if the mayor and the mayor pro tem are out of the picture during a crisis like occurred on May 31st, then who is in the picture? Who's in the picture of responsibility? Who's in the picture of accountability? So Councilmember Winterer, thank you for beginning to head down that road. Thank you for showing us that questions like this can be addressed in open session, that the police chief, as we've suggested, can actually be brought to open session of council to be asked questions. Please continue. Please ask the chief, why did she give those orders? Did she give those orders? What were the consequences of the orders? Was she in town and receiving intelligence information the night before May 31st? Was she in town on May 31st? What kind of leadership did she provide? What were the decisions? What were the consequences? Thank you, Councilmember Winterer. Thank you all for beginning to have an open session, the discussion that this city is so crying out for. Appreciate the meeting and the opportunity to speak. Have a great evening.
Thank you. And that was our final caller.
And as always, I'll just double check. Nobody called in the last few seconds and has been waiting this late to speak. We're done.
Mayor,
Nope.
Mayor, can I say something?
Well, let me
If we're done?
close the public hearing so the phone people can disconnect. Yes, go ahead.
I just think that we're long overdue to give a shout out to Corey Newlander for everything she's done to make these virtual meetings happen, and to ever those mysterious people behind the scenes are answering the phones. But this has been a challenge, and they've made it go as smoothly as possible. So I think little appreciation for them is due.
Hear, hear.
Thank you on behalf of the team.
Well, thank you for being there. We can tell how challenging it is. You've kept calm, and you've kept those calls coming, and you've dealt with people who are listening to echo, people who are listening to echo, people who are listening to echo, and you've done it all in good spirit. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor,
You're
I'm
welcome.
surprised you missed the opportunity for one of your trademark puns, that we can William tell how difficult it's been for you.
It is too late in the evening for an overture. It's actually the end. It's the midnight special train has already left the station, but I just want to add one thing before we adjourn. And there was something the clerk reminded me at the beginning of the meeting. Well, it was actually at the end of my agenda. This is almost my last chance to remind you, Santa Monica resident, that you've got to register with the U.S. Census. It is just critical for for representation, for federal funding, for all sorts of things, congressional representation, and the deadline is coming up September 30th. So please, if you haven't already done it, go to 2020census.gov and let the feds know you're here in Santa Monica with us. We'd really appreciate that. I'll bug you one more time because our next city council meeting will be on September 29th, the night before the deadline. So I have one more crack at you. That is our next meeting. It'll be a big meeting. We'll be hearing about the Miramar Hotel project on September 29th, 2020. Till then, this meeting is adjourned.
Before we adjourned, I just wanted to find out whether or not I could say that in Spanish about the census.
Oh, please.
I imagine you can say that in Spanish, and you may.
Thank you. Por favor, todos los que no han llenado el censo, háganlo. Si necesitan ayuda, pueden llamar a la ciudad. Nosotros trataremos de ayudarles en español. Es urgente y necesario que todos lo hagamos y no importa su estado inmigratorio. Así que, por favor, llenen el censo. Gracias.
Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.